work with the ELG platform. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Penny Labrapoulou from ILSP in Athens. Penny, I think, should be there on the online. Hi Penny, can you hear us?
Hi Ian, can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
so we'll hand over to Penny for the first section of this talk.
Thank you Ian. Sorry for not being able to be there with all of you physically, but at least we can remotely see each other. So good morning and welcome to the second session. Well, as Ian said, go through an overview of the catalog. For those of you who have seen previous releases, okay, we have some enhancements, we have some new features, and but the classic way of entering into the catalog is through the same address bar that we had before, live.europeanlanguagegrid.eu. This is where you will discover, try out, use and download services and resources for European languages and do some extra features, extra functionalities as well. You can either enter through the search bar that we used to have, but we also have a brand new navigation bar, a brand new menu through which you can go directly to the catalog or to subsets of the catalog, either the tools and resources, organizations, companies and research organizations or projects. Let me go to the catalog. Very similar to what you already knew, the basic view is still the same of the catalog, alphabetically sorted resources, sorting options to the right, pretext bar and the facets, but some of the facets have been changed. We still have the choice between the language resources and technologies. As you all know, we have corporate data sets, lexica, terminologies, glossaries, machine learning models, language models, computational grammars, and language descriptions that cannot be categorized otherwise. Tools and services with various service functions, basic NLP tools and services, but also fully fledged applications like machine translation, etc. This is one of the new changes in this release. This facet now has grouped together the long list of values that we have, and I'm not going into details for this because Ian will explain to you a little bit more later on. Language grid. Without languages we couldn't do anything, so these are all the languages for which either the resource contents are in one of these languages or the tool service supports it either as input or output. Obviously all the official EU languages, of course, as Georg said, not all of them to the same degree covered, and of course more languages, national, regional, minority from all over Europe and all over the world. In various media types, text is still the main modality, but we have also a lot of audio resources for speech recognition and speech synthesis. Images and videos are also coming very strongly. Image classification, video for sign language videos, as well as other types of videos as well. When it comes to searching, one cannot go without the license. It's a very long list. And of course, a facet that was there before, it has been further enhanced with conditions of use that can be used for searching, for discovering resources, for all the standard licenses. I keep talking about resources, but as Georg said, what is important in ELG is that each organization can also have its own page, its own visiting card, let's say. We have the yellow pages of organizations. You can find companies and research organizations, not only those that have contributed resources already to the ELG catalog, but any organization that is active in the language technology wider area. Mainly developers and integrators, of course, not users, because that would make the catalog too huge. The catalog of projects will soon be increased with work that we are currently working on. Where do these all metadata records come from? Obviously from the ELG consortium, the ELE crowdsourcing initiative that Stelios mentioned before, and a little bit more will be shown tomorrow at the ELE day. And of course, collaborating partners, the LRA catalog of language resources, and we've built bridges, as Stelios said, to many catalogs that also have resources that are of interest to language technology. The three Clarin nodes, Hugging Face, we're already importing datasets and we'll soon be importing metadata records from them for models. Again, I'm not going into details because this was also mentioned in the previous session. So this is a huge catalog. How can you search? We have the free text bar, which can be used with a simple search or advanced queries, Lucene queries. So I'm now making a scenario where a company is looking for corporate data sets that they can use to train a model for parsing. And let's say that they're interested in a specific language, Italian, and since they want to train them, they want to also make sure that these are hosted in ELG so that they can quickly download them. The snippets are a bit similar as to the way they were in release 2 with the keywords, licenses, and versions. Let's have a closer look at one of them. The view page has slightly changed, but the main idea is that you have the top section with the identity information, resource name, version, whether something is hosted in ELG, a number of metadata, technical metadata, classification section in this area, free text keywords, how this dataset can be used in what types of application and tasks, and depending on the resource type, you have some further classification. So for corpora, for instance, whether it's raw or annotated, for lexica, whether it's an ontology, a computational dictionary, or a term or a thesaurus. Very important for your choice of resources, a description, human readable description with the contents of the resource, size, how it has been used, how it was created. Technical metadata through the ELG metadata schema that has been mentioned before. For its part, you have to specify the language, obviously. If it's multiple languages, you might have to give some more information about the multilinguality type, text types, annotation types in the case of annotated corpora. Again, very important, links to documents that give user manuals or other publications, information about creators and creation details, ethical information, whether it includes personal or sensitive data, whether they have been anonymized. A second tab will give you the chance to see how you can access, how you can download this resource, information about the form, whether it's accessed by with an interface or whether it's downloadable, size and format, licensing terms. If the license is open and the resource is hosted in ELG, you can directly download it. If it was accessed through another catalog, here you would have a link to the access location. So without any further choice, okay, you're asked and you can save locally your resource. If it's an open license, you don't have to be logged in. Anyone can download the resource. If you're logged in, you get some extra features through the consumer's grid, as Stelios said, and I will show you in a moment. For the time being, let me show you a little bit more about the page, some additional information. And before I forget that, of course, download can be made and the search can be made through the interface. This is what I'm showing you right now, but you can also download one or more data sets and integrate them in your workflow through the Python SDK that Remy will show you a bit later. In release 3, we have a new addition. We have the DOI, that's a persistent identifier that is assigned through DataSite by ELG. We actually give the DOI only to hosted data and ELG compatible services that actually come not just to metadata records. In this case, you also get the citation text that you can copy. We have for each resource, 2 DOIs at least, one for the specific version and another one following the Zenodo approach, what we call concept record. You have a DOI that groups together all the versions. So if you use this identifier, you'll always be redirected. The right side bar, as before, but it has been enriched. You can share the item through your social media. You can export the metadata record in a number of schemas and formats, ELG and MSOL already, DataSite, and DCAT is coming up as well very soon. You have links to other versions. You can view counts and statistics about the views and downloads for the specific version or for all versions if this resource has more than them. And of course, you have all the administrative information as an extra link to a page where you can find more information about the resource or a contact email, information about the funding project and the provider of the resource. This is very important. Through this link, you can go and see the organization that has provided. The view page for organization is very similar to the ones for resources, identity, classification, what are the areas of expertise of each organization, a description, contact information in the right side, like office address, what they are, whether it's an academic institution, and what they usually do within our community, in the language technology community. A special tab for the resources that they have created or provided, through which you can go back to the resource, and the projects that they have coordinated or participated and are included also in ELG. If it's a big organization like a university, all divisions can have their own page as well, as if they were autonomous organizations. Let me show you also the link. As we said, you can go to the funding project. Again, the identity section with categories and the name, short description, all the coordinators and participating organizations, the resources that have been funded through this project. This is one of the open call projects from phase 1, if I recall, were in ELG. And through them, you can go again back to any of the resources that you want. So, as I said, if you are not logged in, you can still download resources that are available with open licenses. If they're restrictive, you may be asked to authenticate yourself, to authorize yourself, and log in the system before being allowed to download the resource. In this case, I have already logged in. You can create an account very easily through the icon that you will find on the menu. This is one of the additions that we have in this release. That's the consumer's grid. This is the provider's grid, but nevertheless, this first part is the same. This is where you can have, you can see all the activities that are your interactions with ELG. You can see your daily usage, how many calls or services you have made, and how many bytes you can still have for processing. This will be further elaborated by Ian afterwards. And you have links to what you have already, to the services that you have already used, and your downloads. Remember that I previously downloaded a data set You can see your latest download and or see more details when you downloaded it and through the source and which license, because some of the datasets come with various licenses. If you're a provider, as I am, you also have access through a page to the items that you have already contributed, that you have already registered in ELG. How do you do that? Let me go to the grid. As I said, this first part is the same for consumers and providers. This second set of boxes is dedicated to providers. They can have a link to the items that they have created. That's the page I showed you just a moment ago. You can also upload XML metadata records in ELZ format. This is very convenient for experts or technical minded persons that want to upload similar resources, multiple similar resources, let's say 20 bilingual corpora where the only change is the languages. Before importing them, they can validate them with an XML validator. But for the typical users, you can also use the interactive editor. So the interactive editor will allow you to first select the resource type, grammar, lexical, corpus service, or item type, project, or organization, so that it shows you the form. For the sake of time, I have already created a metadata record for a corpus, since we're concentrating on corpora. The editor has horizontal tabs and vertical tabs in order to group the information. We only have the mandatory and recommended metadata here so that it's easier for users to add them. All mandatory metadata are marked with an asterisk, and each of the tabs is groups semantically similar metadata information. The first horizontal tab is for resources, for elements that are common to all resources. So the identity that I talked about before, name, identifier, short name, some description, version, provider, and creator. Obviously, for all of them, depending on the element type, you get auto-completion mode, some examples that help you to find them. Categories, domain label only, contact, landing page, or email. Very useful, though not mandatory. Links, documents that like user manuals and publications that will help the consumers to find more information, see how they can use your resource. A second tab, which is specific to corpora. You could also have one for tool services, would be different. For corpora, we're asking for corpus subclass and information about the ethics, as we said before. Language, according to the BCP 47, it looks scary, but it's not, because this is really, because you can select the language based on the auto-completion mode. Corpus, as we said, you can always upload your data. You can upload multiple data sets. All you need to do is browse through your computer and find a compressed file, ZipTar or GZ, in order to upload it. Very, very important is the distribution. How can, in what form this is available? Is it downloadable? Is it accessible through interface? If you have uploaded a data set, you can, it's yearly marked. If it's available through another catalog, through a GitLab repository or another location, you will be prompted to fill in one of these informations. Of course, size, text format, and very important, the license with which the resource is available. Once you're done and you've filled in all the mandatory information, you can stop and come back at any time you want. You click on save. There's a basic validation process on XML. And when you're satisfied with your description, you can check the view page, which is similar to what the user will see, and you can submit it for publication. when it's submitted for publication, as you can see on the status bar, the ELG technical team, that's us, will be notified. We'll go through the metadata and data. We will check that the metadata are consistently describing what the contents in your data say, that your data set is not, does not contain any viruses. Especially for services, there are more things to tackle, and Ian will say a little bit more about that. And when we're finished, we will publish it, and it will be shown on the public catalog. So I give the floor now to Ian to speak about the services.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you for that very detailed and comprehensive overview of the metadata catalogue, and that's part of the European Language Grid platform. What I'm going to concentrate now is tell you a bit more specifics about tools and services in the ELG platform. So as Penny alluded to, there are a number of metadata elements in that model that are specific to tools and services beyond what you have just for data resources. And I'll just sort of show you a few of those as I go. Where are we? There we go. So if I look at tools and resources, and I'll look for tools and services, there we go. So the particular one which Penny mentioned as an important one is this service function. So the way that we work in ELG is that we break down the service types by these kind of high-level functions, if you like, text processing, translation, and so on. But these top-level categories are not mutually exclusive. So, like, for example, if we look under speech processing, we've got speech synthesis under here. But if we look under natural language generation, you've got speech synthesis listed under there as well. So these are kind of high-level categories rather that group the lower-level categories. And essentially the idea when you look at one of these service metadata records is that you have to specify essentially what data you're processing, what you do with it, and what you're going to produce as the output. So I'm going to drill down and show you an example of one of these now. Let's have a look. I'm just going to put this into full screen so we've got a bit more height. So if I look at, say, at semantic annotation, for example, so I've got a number of research results here, and most of them you'll see say for information. These are just kind of records that have been imported from other catalogues that represent maybe software that you can download from GitHub or services that run elsewhere. But there are, obviously, the ones that are particularly of interest to us are these ones that are labelled ELG compatible service, and these are the ones which are fully integrated in the ELG platform and run within the ELG cluster. So, as Penny said, obviously a lot of this will be familiar because a lot of the model is the same across all of these. For the ELG compatible services, we have these citation DOIs, the same as we do for ELG hosted data resources. But rather than the kind of the corpus information that Penny showed you, what we have here is, as I said, for services and tools, you specify the input resource, which is the type of data that it processes. The function is what it does with the data, in this case semantic annotation, because that's what I was drilling down to in the catalogue. And then the output resource is is what it will produce at the end. So in this case we have, excuse my voice, in this case we have a service that takes as input a text file in one of many different languages. It performs the functions of semantic annotation and lemmatization, and it produces an output a JSON file with annotations for word senses and lemmas. So this is all much the same as the records that Penny showed you previously. We have the same kind of descriptive metadata, things like the human readable description and the search keywords and categorization and so on. The service function that I've just described there. For services and particularly for integrated services, this is all, as Stelios said before, this is all done using containerization Docker images. So the distribution types for an integrated service will be a Docker image, or in this case, 2 Docker images. And I'll get back to why this is a little bit later on. The idea is that with publicly available services like this, anyone can basically pull the Docker image, run it locally on their own machine if they want to do it that way, or they can call it via the ELG APIs and call the version that's running in the ELG cluster. The license conditions are specified here, so you can see what restrictions there are on the use of this particular service. So how do we actually use these services that are running in ELG? Well, there's a number of ways that we can do that. So there's some code samples on one of these integrated services have this tab code samples, which will give you some various ways that you can call a service. So for example, the simplest example here is a curl command. Now curl, for anybody who's not familiar with it, is a command line tool for making HTTP requests. So here we're simply saying pass some plain text from this file and send it to this URL. And so this is essentially the API endpoint for the particular service. And these API endpoints will always look the same. It's this bit on the end that is the kind of unique identifier for an individual service. Authentication, you have to authenticate in order to call these services. I'm logged in at the moment to ELG, but the authentication is handled using access tokens, and typically if you were going to be calling these things from your own code, you would use the standard OAuth OpenID Connect mechanisms to obtain access tokens. For the curl example, we just give you a short-lived token that you can copy and paste in and play with. But in a more typical example, as Remy will show you in a bit, for example, with our Python SDK that we've developed, that handles all the authentication tokens and everything for you. So you can just say, I want to call the service with this ID, and it will prompt you for authentication token to generate your authentication token. But again, these are the sort of public APIs, but again, for ease of being able to try out test services as you look at them. So we have a try out tab. So typically, any fully integrated service here will have this try out tab, which is a very simple JavaScript user interface that populates itself based on what's declared in the metadata record. So for example, this service declares that it takes a parameter for the language of the input text. This is some service, multilingual services will take the language as a parameter. Some will provide a different endpoint for each language. Some will just not care if they can accept any input in multiple languages without knowing up front which one it is. And that parameter data again gets pulled through into the user interface. So I'm going to do a quick example here. Here it talks about, for example, the sentence, the secretary typed the letter, will disambiguate secretary and letter using the semantic annotation. So here you just provide the text to annotate. I'm not going to bother supplying a language because it was an optional parameter. I submit that for processing, and it's come back, and exactly as suggested, secretary has been tagged as a person employed to handle correspondence. Letter has been tagged as a written message addressed to a person or organisation. So this is a simple way, and part of the power of ELG is the fact that all integrated services use common APIs that work the same way and looks the same, and share these common tryout GUIs. And if you want to switch from one provider of service to another, there's no change to your code. You just change the which API endpoint you're talking to, and everything else just works. So this is sort of how you would use services. I'm going to do a very quick 2-minute coverage of what you would do to publish your own services on the ELG platform. So if you've got services that you want to produce, you want to make available through ELG, it's basically a 4-step process. First, you have to actually implement the ELG specified API, and then package your tool as a container image in the way that Stelios talked about earlier on. Everything's done through Docker images. Describe your service using ELG metadata, and then submit it for the validation cycle. So the APIs are deliberately kept simple, HTTP-based or HTTPS-based APIs based on simple JSON message structures for text processing services. For services that process binary data, audio and images, it's treated just as, it's done exactly the same way as a web form file upload. So pretty much any language should have a library that can cope with that kind of thing. And the input and output types. So we don't necessarily provide, this is an API for machine translation, this is an API for semantic annotation, this is an API for speech recognition. We simply say, this is an API, if you take text, you process a text message. If you produce audio, you return an audio message. So you mix and match as required by your service. So for example, translation summarization would be text in, text out. Named entity recognition could be text in, annotations out, or indeed audio in and annotations out if it's doing named entity recognition over audio, and so on and so forth. So when you pick the appropriate API, you implement it. Now pretty much any programming language will have an HTTP library that can handle JSON messages. For Python and for Java, ELG provides helpers for popular languages that you can use as the basis for your tools, or you can take any of the open source services that are already out there and use one of them as a template. And the adapter is what I was showing you before with Cogito example. So there, if that was a tool that already has a native HTTP API, but it's not the ELG one. So rather than implementing the ELG API into the existing code base, what the provider chose to do was to essentially sit side by side their native API with an adapter that understands ELG requests, translates them to the native API, and vice versa with the responses. So that's the alternative sort of way of doing this. So you've now got your code that implements this API, package it as a container image, and there are standard tools for this, most notably Docker, but also things like Podman, and there are other tools for specific programming languages. And there are example sample Docker files in the ELG documentation, and the Java and Python helpers will do a lot of this for you. And like I say, any open source service, you can just take that and use that as an example. The metadata model is largely what Penny covered earlier on, but obviously the technical metadata we also need is things like the location of your image, the endpoint address within the image, the license terms, the input and output formats, and so on. But I haven't got time to go into that in detail now. And then finally, you submit it for validation. So the manual validation process applies to services just as much as it does, if not more so than it does to data resources. So services also go through this process of technical validation, where we in the ELG team will deploy your image to our cluster, assign the right tryout UI, test it using whatever sample data that you've provided. And this is an iterative process, so we want to help you. We want to help you to make this work. And the validator will work with you to address any issues that are found. And once everybody's happy, then the service will be published. So that's essentially how services fit into the ELG system. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague Remy now, who will talk about the Python SDK that he's developed to help programmers when interacting with ELG.
Thanks, Jan. Hi, everyone. What I will talk about now is the ELG Python client. So basically, everything that I've been showing you until now is how you can use ELG from the user interface. But we also have many APIs, as Jan suggested, and we also created a Python client so that it will help you to interact with those APIs. So basically, with the Python client, you can do the same as you can do with the user interface. You can search the ELG, you can download hosted corpora, and you can call compatible services. You can do more advanced things, but we won't have the time to show it. Also, the Python client is including also tools so that it can help you to create ELG compatible services if you have an LP tool right in Python that you want to integrate into ELG. And also it has the capability to deploy ELG services locally if they are publicly available. So let's demonstrate the Python client, and I have for that a Jupyter notebook. Okay, perfect. So the ELG Python client comes as a pip package that you can easily install using pip install ELG. And then from that package, you can import various classes which corresponds to what you can do with the package. So first I will import everything, and then I will show you how we can browse the catalog. So we have the catalog class that we can instantiate, and then we have the search method that we can use to search for specific resources as we can do from the user interface. So we use the same facets. So here we can search for a resource of type tool service with the function machine translation and for English and French. And if I run that, it will respond me Python object. So it will, under the hood, call the ELG API, the ELG search API, and then it will return the results as Python object. So here I'm just printing the first result of the list, which is well, a machine translation platform for many languages, including English and French, which is what I was looking for. Here is another example following the exact same principle. Just here I'm searching for a corpus in German, which is doing name entity recognition. And if I run that, again, I print the first result, which is GRMEVAL 2014, a well-known dataset that is corresponding to what I was looking for. Next thing you can do with the Python client, which is, I think, the most interesting part of the Python client, is that you can directly call ELG services from Python. So that's really easy. You can use a service class for that. You need to instantiate a service using its ID. So basically here I'm using the ID 474, which corresponds not to that service, but to, I think that's, yeah, this one, but the older version of that service, but yeah, doesn't matter. Basically, it's a name entity recognition service, and if I run this Python code, it will use the token I already have because I run this this Python code just before. But if I was not logged in, it will ask me to log in, and to, yeah, because we need to be authenticated to be able to use ELG services. And then it called discover name entity recognition, and with that input, and the result is, well, what I was looking for. So it's annotations, and it found Nikola Tesla as a person and Berlin as a location. Another thing you can do is you can search for a specific service, and then you can use the results of that search to instantiate a service. So here I'm looking for a machine translation tool from English to French, and then I'm creating a service from the first results of that search. And then again, I can simply run the service, and it will return me the translation in French. Last thing I wanted to show you is how you can download a corpus. It follows the exact same ID that we have with the service. So you can instantiate a corpus from its ID, and then you can download it using the download method. Here has, it's not an open source license, you need to accept the license, but if I click yes, then it will download it. And again, same thing as for services, you can do a catalog search. It will return you some results, and you can instantiate a corpus from the results and download it. So if I, oh, and I can accept that, and it will download that. So now that we have seen the main functionalities of the Python client, what I would like to do now is to do a short demo and to show you that we can build real applications using ELG services and using the Python client. So what we will try to do now is we will try to do a very small and basic machine transaction system using ELG services. So what I have prepared is some code that I would like to show you. So first of all, what we need to do is to generate an offline token. So by default, the token you get from the authentication system of ELG is valid for only 6 hours. So if you want to create a real application, you need to have something which is valid not for only 6 hours, but for all the time. So first of all, I will run that, run generate offline token. It will ask me to authenticate myself. So I will click on the link. It will bring me to the ELG websites. I need to copy paste that, go back here, paste it, and then it should have generated this file which contains my token that I will then be able to use for my application. And then just to demonstrate that we can use this offline token to call a service. So here I'm calling a translation service from English to Ukrainian. The exact same code I just show you in the notebook, so I can run that. And so it's calling the Opus MT English to Ukrainian machine translation service. And here is the translation of my sentence, which was, this is the text in English to translate. And so this is the equivalent in Ukrainian. So now that we have our connection to the ELG services, we can build our backend. So here is the code for the backend. I won't go in too much detail, but just to show you that it's really simple. It's only about 30 lines of code. And what is important here is that for each language pair, so I want to do from English to Ukrainian, from Ukrainian to English, English to Russian, and Russian to English. So for each language pair, I'm using a different ELG service. So I put the IDs here, and then I'm exposing an API endpoint so that my front end can call those services. So I can run my backend. Yeah, perfect. And my front end is also very simple, just a bit of HTML and a bit of JavaScript. Nothing very interesting. And you will see it doesn't look very well, but it works. So let's access my front end. So yeah, as I said, it's a bit ugly, but it's just to demonstrate that it works. So I can type something. So we are all in Brussels for Metaforum, and if I click to translate, what it will do is it will call my backend, and my backend will call the ELG service, which is hosted in our ELG infrastructure. So here I have the translation in Ukrainian, which is what I was looking for. So if I want to add another ELG service to that application, let's say I want that the users can listen to the translation. So I have a second backend, which is already running, and I have also a second front end. Oh no, I need to run the second backend. And I will yeah, sorry. And this one is here. Yeah. So I can use that sentence in Ukrainian. Oops. Copy paste it, translate it back to English. So it's here. And we can listen to that translation. And all of that is powered by ELG services. Oops, why? This is not working. Of course. doesn't matter, we don't have the time. But basically what it should do is to give you the audio back from the text. So it will call a text-to-speech service for English. And just following the same principle, just to be quick, what I wanted to show you is that we created this translate.european.languagegrid.eu website, which is basically what I showed you, but with a better user interface that is doing exactly that. So you can translate from English to Ukrainian to Polish or to Russian. So it supports 4 languages. And to quickly finish my presentation, what I wanted to demonstrate to you today is that ELG services have real-world use cases, and that it's really easy to integrate them using the ELG APIs and using also the Python client. So I put here just some examples. You can detect text speech in comments to filter them. You can translate conversation between users. You can add speech synthesis to a chatbot. You can extract information from documents, and I think there is also many more applications. And I think with that, I will thank you all for your attention, and that's the end of session 2. Thanks.
So thank you to Remy. Thank you also to Penny from Athens for her presentation at the beginning. And yeah, you'll see another couple of examples of these real-world application that uses ELG services in the next session, which is our kind of showcase of some of the best of ELG. We'll just have we'll need just 2 minutes before that, just to make sure, because we have a number of remote presenters who are going to be joining us for the next session, and we just need to do a final technical check with some of them. But if I can just invite the other session 3 presenters who are here in person to come up on stage with me, and we will get started on that in a couple of minutes. That's what I say. Bring the. Yeah. Oh, we've got Gareth. Here we go. Yes. Okay. So, how we do? I think, have I got the... Just waiting for the thumbs up from Catherine. Yep.
You should call them once again.
Yes, I will. As soon as my microphone works, I will do. Okay. Great. Thank you. I've just had the thumbs up from our technical team.
Do we see our own presentations?
So.
I think so. Yes, because they should change.
Oops. So thank you to all of you for joining us now. So this session we describe it as the best of ELG, and The idea of this session, excuse me, hear me. The idea of this session is to do a bit of a showcase of some of the really nice examples of services and tools and resources that have been contributed to the European Language Grid by some of the pilot projects and some sort of external third parties. We've got a number of speakers with us today. I think we have 2 speakers who will be joining me on stage, and another 4 who you can see on the screen here will be joining us remotely. I have Manuel Harantz from Pangianic in Spain. I have Jörg Tiedemann from the University of Helsinki in Finland, who will be talking about their translation services. Igor Laturia from El Huyar in the Basque Country will be talking about their Basque language speech recognition and text-to-speech services that they developed as part of their pilot project. I've got Gareth Watkins from Bangor University, who will be talking about some tools for the Welsh language that they've contributed. Svetlakova from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences will be talking about the multilingual image corpus that has been created, again, in one of the pilot projects. And then to round things off, I've got Tina Lindknitila from Linksoft in Finland, who will be talking about a project called Microservices for Your Service. So I'll just start off with a quick couple of slides myself before I hand over to the first presenter. Thank you. If I could just have my slides on the... Thank you. So this is a graph which Georg showed in his opening presentation this morning. ELG is definitely growing up. We've got over 12,000 tools and resources, 1,700 projects and organisations in the catalogue at the moment, which is quite a pleasing result, certainly for us at the project. The project started in 2019 with just a few hundred services and resources that came from our own project partners. Starting mid-2020, this was expanded by the addition of services from some of the pilot projects, and where we started harvesting metadata from remote repositories. But now we're actually starting to see other projects actively choosing the European Language Grid as their dissemination channel for quite a number of different reasons, maybe to improve visibility among the language technology community as a whole, maybe to make use of the standardisation, the standardised APIs and formats that we've developed as part of the ELG, or to be just to tap into the pool of technical knowledge and best practice that's been developed by the ELG team during the course of the project. So this session aims to showcase some particularly interesting examples of resources and services that have been contributed to the ELG platform by various organisations, and also a couple of examples of external tools that make use of ELG provided services to integrate them into other applications. So the examples that we're going to talk about today, as I say, we've got a couple of projects that are about raising the profile of minority languages within the language technology community. So we've got Igor Laturia from the Basque Country talking about their project involving the Basque language. I've got Gareth from Bangor who will be talking a bit about their resources and tools for the Welsh language. We keep talking about language, but of course language doesn't just mean words. So one of the pilot projects that we funded through the ELG was to produce this multilingual image corpus, which is a corpus of images that have been labelled in many different languages, because image labels are themselves language data. If you want to be able to search for images, you need to be able to, they need linguistic data attached to them. There's a couple of people talking about machine translation tools. So I've got Manuel who will talk about NTEU, which is a project for doing translation among all of the EU official languages. And then Jörg Tiedemann will talk about the OpusMT, which is a project to build translation models from public data, publicly available parallel data. And then the final, cluster, single example that we're going to have talking to you is third parties starting to adopt ELG as their sort of standard platform. And this is a project called Microservices at Your Service, which Tina will talk about later on. So there are dozens of other examples we could have chosen, but obviously time is limited, so this is just going to be a brief 5-minute summary of each project. Please save your questions till the end, or if you're online, you can submit questions through the chat or through the Q&A tool. We are monitoring those, and we'll hopefully have time for a few questions at the end of the session. We'll just see how we go for time. But without further ado, I will hand over to Manuel, who will be joining me on stage here to talk about the NTEU project and MAPA, which is multilingual anonymisation for public administrations. Manuel, just the right arrow to step forward.
Yeah, right. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Very short, 5 minutes. I'll present not only NTEU, but also MAPA, which is anonymization software and has been recently integrated into ELG. So NTEU meant that 3 leading companies, machine translation companies, got together to produce the first neural all-into-all translation grid from the 24 European languages. It meant 500 and so engines into combinations that were sometimes quite challenging. The results were tested versus Google in the domain of public administrations, which is quite large, with very satisfactory results. The data that we used is also available as corpus download, which is downloadable at ELG. And I think there is a video here that you produce, Ian. I just press, so you see how you. Okay. And you can see how easy it is to access any of these and even download the engines themselves and deploy them at public administrations. I have to warn that the engines are customized for public administrations. They're not general purpose engines. But they produce quite good results, I have to admit. Everything is Dockerized, so implementation is very straightforward. Okay. Next one, MAPA, stands for Multilingual Anonymization for Public Administrations. Everything that we do at Pangenic is deeply multilingual. So MAPA is again the first multilingual anonymization software running on BERT and specialized in the field of public administration documentation. It provides GDPR compliance. It already has useful use cases in Spain at the Spanish Ministry of Justice, at European level at the Ombudsman and DG Justice in the 27 European countries. And the software is available. You can run, well, the video was too short. Let me go back again. No, that is not running. But MAPA is available as a tool within ELG. You can provide text snippets for it to detect named entities and get the snippet back into your system. So here's a short example of how entities are recognized: dates, place names, etc. The work comes from a massive annotation, manual annotation, in some cases to fully customize with real live documents from real public administrations on the stuff that they need anonymized. So it works very, very well in legal. I know in Spain the Ministry of Justice has customized it to detect entities like nicknames that were not part of our project, but altogether both projects are now integrated and successfully can be successfully used by yourselves. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Manuel. And yes, as I said, the 500 NTEU translation models, I think we've got 180 of them are live already, and the remainder will hopefully go live in the next couple of weeks or so. That's where we stand with that in ELG. So thank you very much again, Manuel. So the next speaker will be from the Opus MT pilot project. Jörg Tiedemann from the University of Helsinki will talk a bit about the tools and resources for open translation services. So I think Jörg is online. Are you able to?
Hello? Hello from Helsinki, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Jörg.
Okay,
we can't see your face yet,
um,
but we can hear you.
So there was already quite a lot about machine translation and machine translation projects integrated into ELG. Opus MT is also one of those. So we have been one of the pilot projects in the first phase of the ELG pilot projects. Opus MT itself is a bigger project, ongoing thing where we want to build public NMT models and tools, provide them freely for everyone to use, and try to really cover a lot of languages. This is basically driven by Opus data, publicly available data that we collect in Opus. So there's a lot of different domains available there, but especially also different kinds of languages, and we try to push this to the limits really systematically, creating models that can be used and integrated in lots of different platforms. And within the ELG project, we made the integration into the ELG infrastructure, as you have seen already demonstrated. So really nice to see that it works also with the kind of Python interfaces and so on. And in this project that we had as a pilot project, we focused on European languages, especially some European minority languages, and the integration, of course. This is some pictures of the teams here, and maybe also just showing that there's a lot of other kinds of projects that take advantage of the developments. But maybe we can go to the next slide. Just a bit of more background. So the system that we use is basically, it's based on Marianne NMT, which we use for training, but also for decoding, a very efficient framework for neural machine translation. We have then Dockerized the implementation to make it deployable at ELG, but also otherwise. There's this API that can be called, as you have seen. And we also publish the training pipelines, basically, and everything that we use for creating models. There's plenty of models that you can download, multilingual and bilingual ones, and we will continue this kind of effort. So this is also something that you can follow outside of ELG, but the integration into ELG will continue. And let's go to the last slide from this deck here. So just to quickly show that there's lots of things like connected to ELG, but we also make integration into Hugging Face to make it very simple to use it programmatically also through their API. We have our own kind of demo interfaces where you can check the translation. And then there's also one part of the project is the development of integration into professional workflows. So computer-assisted translation tools. And you can see a little screencast here coming up. There should be some sound. Otherwise, Tommy has to comment.
There are many Opus MT models running in ELG. We can use these to generate machine translations. And one way to use these engines in ELG is to use one of our plugins for translation tools. I'll demonstrate this quickly with our plugin for Trados Studio. So we simply add OpusCat plugin to the project, and we select European language grid as the source of machine translation. Then we generate a success code in order to authenticate with ELG. Of course, you have to be registered in ELG to do this. Then we paste this code into the plugin, and then the plugin checks that the model is available for this language direction. And the light is green, so it does exist, and we can save this plugin settings and start translating with the ELG models, ELG engines in our translation tool.
So, yes, I think that's from our side. So thanks for your attention, and if there's questions, you can ask me later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jürgen. I do particularly like the nice integration that you're able to show between OpusCat and ELG services. And again, this is another nice show that these ELG services, they're not just the nice little tryout window in the ELG catalog. They are actually being used in real world applications. So thank you very much for that, Jörg, and a very interesting talk. Thank you.
There are many.
Okay, so my next speaker will be Igor Lituria from the El Huya Foundation in the Basque Country, and he will talk about Basque language speech recognition and speech synthesis as part of the Mycroft Smart Speaker project. Igor, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Igor Lituria. Next slide, please. My name is Igor Lituria and I come from the El Huya Foundation, which is a non-for-profit organization working in the promotion of the Basque language in the areas of science and technology. And among many other things, we also do research and development in speech and language technologies. And our pilot project inside the pilot project program of ELG was a project to build or develop a Basque smart speaker based on the open source Mycroft AI project. So we at El Huya, we have got Basque ASR and TTS technology. So what we did was join Mycroft software to make use of our ASR and TTS service, and we also did improvements to our technology. We improved the ASR for noisy environments, such as those you can find in a smart speaker usual normal use. And then we also developed a neural TTS for Basque with a gender neutral voice. So we localized Mycroft to Basque, also more than 40 of its skills, and then we also developed some local skills. Next slide, please. So, and we also, by the way, we also put our ASR and TTS technologies in ELG. They are some demos which work as proxies that call our online services. These demos are, well, limited in time or text length and calls per day. No commercial use is allowed. It's only for evaluation purposes and research, but through the terms of use, you can reach the online service where you can have a extension for the limit and you can do a commercial use of it using the web interface or the API. And in the case of the ASR, we also offer not just a transcription of a video or audio, we also offer subtitles which you can edit through an interface and then use machine translation to translate them to various languages and many other things. I don't know if now is the moment to show the screencast or... Okay, no. Before the... well, we would like to point out the benefits that the ELG has for us. Well, for us, for El Huya, it gives visibility to our services. ELG is a great global display or showcase of European language technology tools and services. It gives visibility to our company itself also. And then we also, as El Huya, we also benefit the ELG as users because it has a great search engine for technologies and resources with great filtering options. We can get an idea of existing resources and tools for Basque or for other languages we work with, and we get lots of information from it. And then, well, we also think that the European language grid it's great for it's a good thing for the European language technology scene. It's a global and I'd say quite a thorough display of all existing European language technologies, tools and resources, and it gives you also the option to try many of those services. So it's something like that. And we have a screencast of our tool. Okay, so this is in the ASR you can upload an audio or a video file, and then you submit it, and in some seconds you obtain its
Hainbat
transcription.
aldiz entzun duzu elkarren artean loturik eta koordinaturik diharduten hainbat aparatuk edo sistemak osatzen dutela gure organismoa.
And then for the TTS we can get some text. In this case I have copied and pasted that same text, and you can obtain a synthesized audio.
Hainbat aldiz entzun duzu elkarren artean loturik eta koordinaturik diharduten hainbat aparatuk edo sistemak osatzen dutela gure organismoa.
Okay, so this is all from my part. I will attend any questions you have at the end of the rest of the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Igor. So that was Igor Latoria talking about Basque language. So while we're on the subject of EU minority languages, I will hand over to Gareth Watkins from the University of Bangor, who will talk about their tools and resources for Welsh. Just write out page 3 of slides.
Hello, as you've heard, my name's Gareth. I'm here representing Bangor University's Language Technologies unit today. The unit is a self-funded research unit, and as you would imagine, language technology is of one of our main interests. We research and develop speech technologies, as well as text technologies and translation technologies and tools. We're also involved in terminology standardization, and we've produced many electronic terminological resources. It's important, as you'd imagine, that we keep an eye on recent technological developments, and of course the European Language Grid is one of the tools that we use to do that, but I'll come back to that point in a moment. We have over 60 resources published by us on the ELG, and the link to our space on the ELG site is at the bottom of the slide there if you want to check out our tools. Now, I personally joined the unit about 2.5 years ago as part of the text, speech and translation technologies for the Welsh Language Project. As you can see, hopefully on the slide, it's a Welsh Government-funded project which aims to develop NLP, speech and translation technologies, as you'd imagine, for the Welsh language. The project is part of the Welsh Government's objective of increasing the number of Welsh language speakers by to 1 million by the year 2050. As part of the project, we have created several corpora, a CC0 licensed lexicon, language models, ASR and TTS. So hopefully next we'll have a video showing you... No? Okay, there'll be a video later. Okay, so how does the ELG platform help us? Well, Welsh is a minoritised language which has never been an official EU language. So the opportunity to communicate with other languages and language communities, minoritised or otherwise, the opportunity to be able to share with and learn from other languages and communities is a great opportunity and one that I think will be of benefit to everyone involved. How so? Well, as a minoritised language, the ELG allows us to quantify our resources, so to see where we're at. It allows us to compare our resources with those of similar languages and indeed with the state-of-the-art tools from the major and minoritised languages. It therefore allows us to identify gaps in our provision and ultimately to learn from the workflows or techniques or technologies produced by other languages. And of course, by sharing our resources, we allow other communities to quantify, compare, identify and learn from us. Although we have our own national portal, the ELG also has the advantage that it's one central Europe-wide space. Now this allows us to show our resources and tools to an international audience and makes it easier for developers to find and use multilingual resources, which can only be a good thing from the point of view of a minoritised language such as Welsh.
The first tool I'd like to show you is our Welsh ASR.
It uses a Mozilla Deep Speech engine trained with the Welsh dataset from Mozilla Common Voice. This tool can be directly accessed from within the ELG platform, here. If we scroll down, we can record audio like this. Hello, sit oiti. We then click on Stop Recording and then choose Submit. The system then processes the speech, and as we can see, the audio has been converted to text. We've also created a Welsh language lexicon. We released it under the CC0 license in the hope that it will stimulate the development of Welsh language technologies. It's available to download from here. And that's it from me. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you again to Gareth, and another very illuminating presentation about how the ELG is able to help minority language communities to become more visible in the wider European sphere. My next speaker is another of our ELG pilot projects. This time we're going to be talking about resources rather than services. And I have here with me on stage Svetla Koiva from the Bulgarian Academy of Science, who will talk about multilingual image corpus.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm very glad that I'm here and have the opportunity briefly to present our work. Multilingual image corpus was developed at the Department of Computational Linguistics, which is part of the Institute for Bulgarian Language at the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. The multilingual image corpus is a dataset which contains thousands of images and object annotations, which are distributed in 4 thematic domains, which are sport, security, transport, and arts. The images are collected from different repositories, and the conditions were the repositories to provide APIs and also to provide images with free copyright. We developed an ontology of visual objects, which consists of 706 visual classes of visual objects. And the annotators actually had to outline polygons for objects' boundaries and classify objects. We use the COCO annotator for the annotation. To accelerate the annotation process, we develop an image processing pipeline, and we automatically predict the object boundaries and the object classes. For this, we use 2 frameworks, Detectron 2 and YOLACT, and also RCNN mask trained or COCO dataset. In many times, the annotators have to actually just delete or redraw the automatically predicted annotations. And also in many times the annotators have to provide their own annotations for object boundaries. We translated the object classes, their synonyms, definitions, and some examples in 25 languages. For this we use basically WordNet, but in some cases we also use BabelNet and machine translation. At the end, we have over 21,000 of images and over 200,000 annotations. And the dataset can be used for object classification, semantic segmentation, and also for image caption detection, image to text alignment, and many different tasks. And this is the pre-recorded At the ELG platform, you can search for the multilingual image corpus using the free text bar. All outcomes of the project are there. Let us go first to the view page of the dataset. you can see the overview, description, keywords, domains, as well as some other information. The second tab includes the terms of use and some technical details. In our case, the 4 parts of the dataset are downloadable from the ELG platform: the images, the resized images, the metadata, and the object annotations. In addition, the related language resources are linked in the ELG catalog. Let us follow the hyperlink to the view page of the ontology of visual objects. The ontology contains 706 concepts representing visual objects, their hypernyms, and relations between concepts. Ontology can be downloaded from the ELG platform, and it is also related with other 3 resources. Let us go now to the multilingual description of images in 25 languages. All ontology classes, their synonyms, the definitions of concepts, as well as some examples, have been translated into 25 languages. The resource is downloadable from the ELG platform, and again, we can directly access the records of other outcomes of the project. Next is the framework for running and evaluation of the multilingual image corpus models. The framework is based on the 51 application. We offer 130 models which generate bounding boxes and segmentation masks. All sources and models are downloadable from different repositories. The annotations, metadata, ontology, multilingual descriptions, and models are available on Creative Commons. The user can directly follow the link to the demonstration of the framework. The 51 interface allows construction of various queries over the datasets and the evaluation of the automatic annotation at a particular image. We develop an upload and the API functionality for processing new images with the dataset models. And in the end, we would like to stress that the ELG platform guarantees the long-term maintenance of the multilingual image corpus dataset, thus ensuring its further development and reuse. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for that, Svetla. So that was an example of a data resource that's been produced as part of the ELG pilot scheme, and the point being that, as I say, Language Grid includes a lot more than just words, just text, just audio. Images are an important part of that as well. So, excuse me. So the final speaker now on this section is Tina from Linksoft, who will be talking about Project Microservices at Your Service, which is a project independent of ELG, but who has chosen to use ELG as their kind of platform and dissemination mechanism. So, Tina, the floor is yours. Just tell me when you want me to advance the slides.
Yes, please, if you... okay, so can I get the first slide visible? Thank you. Okay, yeah, so thank you, everybody. It is really my pleasure to introduce the microservices project to you. And basically, we are a kind of Connecting Europe facility-funded project, which will be providing at least 40 tools as easily integratable microservices to the ELG. And our project partners are Gradient from Spain, Linksoft from Finland, Reykjavik University from Iceland, and University of Tartu from Estonia. So we have quite a bit of Europe covered, and we'll have this officially in our plan. We had these 11 languages, but then we had a possibility to add local languages, so there will also be tools in Galician, Basque, and Catalan provided by Gradient. And basically, those tools that we make, they will be we will be providing both images in Docker Hub or downloadable from the ELG, and then whenever possible, easily kind of tested services so that they are running on ELG's Kubernetes environment and can be directly also tested from ELG. But then obviously providing these tools to ELG is not a one-way street, but ELG is also giving us quite a bit of help. So they have a large network of communication channels. Those tool developers, when they are working with us, Often there are some tools that for which the development has ended, but some other tools we are kind of working side by side with the original developers, so they can also get feedback from the users and from the ELG on how the inputs and outputs and error messages should be structured already in the original tool and not just in the kind of container. There are all these software development software development kits and test scripts, and then we've also gotten, especially from Ian, a lot of help in debugging and making these services available. And we, of course, have our dissemination channels of our own, and we'll be hosting workshops, and more dissemination workshops are coming. But we have also got an ELG collaboration in the most recent workshop already, and for which we are very thankful. So these are the puzzle pieces we have in the ELG so far. So there's already named entity recognition in Norwegian, Swedish and Icelandic, machine translation, sentiment analysis, all kinds of general NLP analysis and lemmatizing tools, text-to-speech tools, and subject indexing. And then there are a lot more on their way. So the project is a 2-year project. It will end in February 2023. So this end of this year will be kind of a big effort for us to both advertise these tools, and we will be having workshops dedicated to show how these tools work. And of course, then they will all be in the end in the ELG and available elsewhere. Thank you. And then the next slide. Yeah. So basically, next up, I'll have a short demonstration. Whoops. Can you get back to the? Oh, okay. So here's the demonstration. Okay, not yet. So if I can say a few words, so there will be a short demonstration video about those tools. I got a little greedy, so there's plenty of tools and very short kind of click here and what you get out of them. So we'll put a kind of a more slow-paced version of this video on our project website. So the project has its own website, and then of course the European Language Grid website, under which all of these tools either are or will be. So go and please test them. And then there's now the video, which doesn't have sound because I wasn't quite sure if it will carry, but let's just kind of quietly watch it for a moment. But as you can see, once the models are loaded, these work quite fast. And you can find all these entities there. And it slightly depends on which entities are found with NER tool. So this one doesn't have, for example, now the time, location, person, but no time. So these are based on the original two specifications, obviously. And then, for example, this Finnish subject indexing tool is such that this is contain a proxy which links to the tool hosted elsewhere. But what is also nice that then you can also link to the original ontology with more tools and stuff like that. And then these tools will be on ELG soon, not quite yet. Yes. Yes. And that's that's it from me. But I'm available for questions. And then, of course, send me email if you are interested in the project or want to be part of the next workshops. Thank you.
That's great, thank you there, Tina. So just a kind of final summary from me, if you like. I think it's clear from what we've seen in this session that ELG now supports a wide variety of different resource types and service types. We've just scratched the surface in this session with what's available now, and the APIs mean that you can integrate the ELG services into third-party tools such as Opus Cat that we've just seen. But I think you'll agree that ELG is finally becoming the primary platform and marketplace for language technology in Europe, and this is down to you, our community of users and providers, as much as anything else. So thank you to all of you. Now I don't know. Have we got time for a few questions at this point? No, I think we're already over time, I'm afraid, for the lunch break. So, but thank you. And if you do have any questions, obviously we can get contact details for any of the presenters, and you can ask questions of them directly, or find any of us in the coffee breaks and so on. But thank you all for listening, and we'll be back this afternoon with the next session.
So, please be seated. We're already slightly delayed, and that's why we will start now with the next session, our language-centric AI panel, and I will hand over right away to Jan Hajic, who's going to moderate the panel and introduce the panelists. Jan, over to you.
Okay, thanks Georg for the introduction. So I'm Jan Hajic from Charles University in Prague again. I will be moderating this panel where we have 5 excellent panelists who will help us to introduce both the notion of language-centric AI, then we will talk about the vision for LT within or without AI, and then we will see how the discussion develops. And the purpose of this panel is to actually engage you in the audience, here or online, in discussing these issues. So while listening to me or the panelists, please prepare questions, open questions, provocative questions, or comments, or whatever you want to add to what we hear from our panelists. So, without too much more, I would like to introduce our panelists. So I will start online, if you allow me. So online, we have Joachim Keller from the Fraunhofer Institute. We have Jim Crowley from Grenoble, France. And we have Sabine Kirchmeier, the president of FNIL from Luxembourg, I suppose, who are our online panelists. And then we have Filip Schlusalek from the leadership of Claire, otherwise from Saarbrücken. And then we have Daria Fischer from Slovenia, but as you might know, Daria Fischer is going to take over as an executive director of Clarin starting next year. So these are our 5 panelists. So I have distributed the first request for introductory comments, very short ones, so that we can give a lot of space to you as the audience, about what they think or how they would define what language-centric AI actually is. So now when I introduced from the online, I will go backwards, so I would like to ask Daria first to start with her take on this topic.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? Yeah. It's very nice to be here and to see you all in person after such a long break. As I was invited to bring in the Clarin perspective, I would just like to differentiate myself from the other panelists by stating that probably Clarin is a slightly different party in this panel due to the fact that our primary focus is on the community of researchers and professionals in the SSH community, which try to focus on or have a big research potential to deal with comparative and transnational research agendas. This means that the needs that Clarin needs to cater to are slightly different from maybe the industry players or the regular users of AI in the language technologies sector for a variety of different reasons. The most important one is that in the SSH community, researchers are mostly interested in tackling concepts and phenomena that are not necessarily bounded to a single language, to a single time period, to a single national border. And this is why the needs for the language technologies that we need to deliver for this community are much bigger, because they need to be able to deal with different types of documents, different language modalities, different time periods, and different languages at the same time. On the other hand, their problem is even greater by the fact that most of the researchers are actually interested in researching phenomena that would be rare by the standards of the AI and language models that mostly cater well to data that is, or phenomena that is frequent, much less so for the rare phenomena. And here I really see a big potential for multidisciplinary collaboration between researchers in the Clarin community and the SSH community at large, which can bring true breakthrough value, both from our technological development that we have already accomplished, but also from pilot basic research. What is needed for this, and this is the Clarin's task, is a strong emphasis on making sure that we achieve true interoperability of what we make on offer. We also need to make sure that we have transparent evaluation platforms and services for the researchers that want to use our technologies, and that we are very serious and very strict about the ethical issues. That's it for my opening statement.
Okay,
I'll
thanks,
be happy to address
thanks,
the
Daria,
questions.
from your perspective as from Clarin. And now, please, Philip, your view from the Claire point of view.
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me here on this panel, and welcome everyone. So I'm from Claire, which we've actually founded almost exactly 4 years ago, with the aim of bringing together the European AI community in its broadest scope. And that has, I think, worked amazingly well. We now have over 440 labs, AI labs, with all sorts of backgrounds in AI that have joined Claire, and this is still increasing. This is now representing about 24,000 employees and staff and researchers, everyone involved, which is great. We have recently founded a what we call the Rising Researcher Network, which is for young AI researchers, which is actually gaining ground very nicely. If your students, PhD or master or even earlier, want to join, please let them know. Just visit our website, claire-ai.org. The key thing that we defined Claire to be when we founded it, which was really a community effort, a bottom-up grassroots initiative, was to focus on all of AI, right? And that meant not just all different methods of AI, excellence in all of AI, but also all areas of AI. And that certainly includes language technology. Sometimes I'm surprised when people talk about language-centric and human-centric and kind of differentiate between language and AI in general. I mean, for me, language is such a fundamental part of the human, of being human, that I wouldn't even come to the idea of treating that separately. Of course, it is important, just like the vision community has their own problems, their own meetings, and so does language and other areas, robotics, for example, right? We need all the expertise and we need people to focus on certain areas, but at the end, language-centric and human-centric really is the same thing for me, and I think that is what we need to push forward, and also I think we need to make ground there also at the European Commission, because they still separate this out into various different categories, and I think we need much more integration and coordination between the projects to reach the goals that we have found, but also the EU Commission has defined. I think there is a lot more that we need to do, and one of the things that we want to achieve with Claire is exactly achieving more of that integration and that coordination between the different projects, between the different communities, and whatever belongs to that. But there remains a lot to be done, and it's great to be here and to be able to have that discussion here, and hopefully there will be more chance to do that during the day.
Okay, thank you, Philip. So I'm glad that you, even though from very different communities, you share this interdisciplinarity view. After all, Clarin and Claire only differ in one letter in their name, right? Okay, Sabine, and your and Efnil's view, possibly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry, I need to put off my can you still hear me? Yes. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of EFMIL. To me, artificial intelligence is not really possible without language understanding, as also was said before. Language is dialogue, it is fuzzy concepts, it is associative reasoning, it's humor, it's navigating ambiguity and lots of variation between languages and between individuals. So language reflects the history and the culture of a country and of the language community, but also the special background of the individuals using the language. And it's constantly changing. So we should expect artificial intelligence to try to encompass all this, but we're far from that yet. As president of EFNIL and the European Federation of National Institutions for Language, I represent language institutions who have as their business to cater for the users of the official languages of their countries. They provide resources such as dictionaries, grammars, and text and speech collections, and they do research in language use and language development. And they're also engaged in teaching. And they give advice to the public about language, and they inform decision makers on language policy and planning. And they have a high interest in language technology and artificial intelligence, and therefore they are also part of the European Language Equality Project. To us, language-centric AI means that our languages thrive and develop as means for communications for our citizens, and no matter what language they speak. And AI should really enable mutual understanding between people. Most importantly, it must support the democratic dialogue and on equal terms for everyone, both nationally and internationally. I think one of the most striking examples that show how this is important is, for instance, the case of Greenlandic. There are about 50,000 speakers of Greenlandic, which is the official language of Greenland, a self-governing part of Denmark. And they made a huge effort to try to develop spell checkers, for instance, and empty systems, ready to be plugged into Microsoft. But Microsoft has refused to have it, and they will not include it into their distributions. So no one ever has had a user interface or a spell checker in Greenlandic. And you can imagine how difficult it is even to get such a simple service integrated. So we already see reports now from Iceland and Greenland about young children using English rather than their own language, because more interesting games and apps and things are available for them in English. So more and better language-centric artificial intelligence could help them to continue to develop their own language instead of the language shift to English.
Okay, thanks, Sabine. I think your example about Icelandic and Greenland reminds me of the situation of Czech maybe 15 years ago, which was exactly the same. But finally, it's there. So hopefully we will, with our concentrated push, we will be able to correct this situation. So Jim, from the French perspective and your perspective.
Good evening. Is my sound okay? Can you hear me? Yes, thank you very much for inviting me in. So my name is James Crowley, but Jim to my close friends. So in French, we tutoie et vous voir. If you tutoie me, I'm Jim. Otherwise, I'm James to my students. I'm professor at the Grenoble Institut Polytechnique, where I have the chair on collaborative intelligent systems at the University of Grenoble-Alpes AI Institute. And I teach courses in computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. I guess what I'm saying is I'm not really in the natural language community, but we have a real converging interest here, and I wanted to tell you a little bit where I'm coming from and why it's so striking that we see such convergence. So I did my doctoral studies at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh in the 1970s and 80s, where I studied AI with Alan Newell and Herb Simon, and defended a doctoral thesis on view-invariant computer vision in 1981 in collaboration with Takeo Kanade. I published in the domains of computer vision, robotics, and multimodal interaction, but not natural language processing and not spoken language interaction, although we're getting there. My current research concerns techniques for multimodal interaction with collaborative intelligent systems. So while I'm not really active in the community of natural language, our research interests are rapidly converging, particularly after the emergence of transformers and self-supervised learning using attention. I'll have more to say about this in a minute, and in particular in response to Jan's Plan's questions and also in reaction to the first speaker this morning with GPTX. But I know Joachim's going to talk about that as well, so I'm eager to hear what Joachim has to say about OpenGPTX. So I'll hold back for a second I have some remarks prepared for the first and second questions, or the second and third questions. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finally, we have Joachim, who is representing the Fraunhofer Institute, and so we hope to hear also maybe partly the industrial perspective. So Joachim, please.
Yeah, also thank you from my side for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here. So, and I'm here in different roles, and I think this expresses also the situation that AI, language technology, are really interacting a lot and benefit from each other. So first, the last time I was here in this round, I was in the role of the AI on Demand platform, which will continue. So we bring together European AI technology into one platform, in one common platform. European Language Grid is one, I would say, a very important facet of this whole ecosystem. And I think it's very important that we think this together, that we think that we also have common plans to find the critical mass. The other role is that, as you said, so as Fraunhofer, our dedicated role is a transfer of research and innovation into industry in real application and use cases. So that's our mission. And we at Fraunhofer have also started a huge initiative with other Fraunhofer institutes to bring language dialogue technology on a very sophisticated level to the German industry. So that's initiative is called Alinga, and we have several projects around this Alinga projects. And so here we built currently a more German-oriented language-speech dialogue platform. But so it's also clear that we can benefit from European efforts like AI on Demand platform, from language grid initiatives. And what now comes to the main role of today, so OpenGPTX is the news effort here, also from a national project to build large language models. And to be honest, I underestimated this a little bit 2 years ago. So I said, well, that's the next wave of AI, and let's see what happens. But now it becomes really clear so that we have to do in Europe a lot of effort to compete, to provide language models, to bring our data sources together, and to bring this from research to industry, from lab to market, and build also independent language models, and to learn how the language models really work, how to bring knowledge into the language models, knowledge representations. And we see also that, as Jim's already said, this multimodal aspect becomes more and more important. The classical barriers or the differentiation between the areas, computer vision, NLP, speech, disappears more and more, especially with large language models, with the representation learning methods, and we have to consider this. So, and language is important. So I'm coming from the language technology. So I worked from my PhD on speech recognition technologies, and now it's clear so that we have to put effort in these large language models in Europe, and to make it as useful as possible for us.
Thank you, Joachim. So we have heard various points from various points of view, but language technology or language technology in AI is from Philip's. It's a natural part of it to simply language, concern about small languages, to support for social sciences and humanities. So now there is space for your questions. So please, whether you are sitting here in Brussels or online, we will be happy to hear your opinion or your answer to any of the panelists now.
Don't be shy.
Yes, please. So please, microphone. And so first,
Okay, just a quick icebreaker kind of question, right? So I don't hear the word semantics, right, in pretty much anything what we talked today, right? So languages, well, the next level should be semantics and everything else. So, well, provocative question: why semantics was not mentioned today yet?
I completely agree. It's to my heart, but we did hear knowledge representation. I think it was Joachim. I think so. Anyone wants to pick up on this? James, maybe.
Well, okay, I was just thinking that perhaps in the past we put too much emphasis on knowledge representation in AI. I think knowledge is something, I take Newell's definition still of knowledge, anything that enables you to take actions to accomplish goals. And I think in the past we thought we could handcraft this with programmers, but what we're really understanding now is it's about learning. It's about learning through interacting with the world and through interacting with the task domain. And this is the technology that's emerging now is allowing us to do that kind of online learning, which in a sense puts knowledge representation to the back burner. So I'm not going to quite agree with that. At the same time, I would also say that the fundamental use that we make for language is exactly for exchanging knowledge between ourselves. And this is how humans communicate knowledge. And it will certainly be how we communicate knowledge to our machines through natural language, but in a natural way, really natural language and not formal representations. So I'll take that iconoclastic point of view.
Okay. Philip.
Yeah, I wouldn't single out semantics here. Similar, I think, what James alluded to. Right? It's really the combination of what we might call explicit models with neural models of the world. This could be differential equations. It could be simulation code. I mean, in Saarbrücken, we have this focus on what we call neuro-explicit models, or I mean, a lot of people call it hybrid AI, whatever you want to call it. It's really the combination of, I would say, explicit knowledge encoded in whatever way. That could be more logic-based approaches, or as I said, differential equations or other things. And so in that sense, all of AI, and I think a lot of the pure learning people are moving in that direction as well, which they didn't want to acknowledge a couple of years ago. So I think it's really, all of those are tools, and less just like in any other problem, we need to choose the best tool to solve the problem that we have at hand. So
I agree.
Okay, thank you. So we had a question in the foreshow, but I will first ask, is there any online question, please? Not yet, okay.
No.
No, okay. So I think you had a question, right? Yeah.
I'm Christina Eide from the Norwegian Language Council. I have a question for Sabine. You mentioned that some languages, in particular smaller languages, they have language technology, but they're not allowed to include it in the big platforms. So I think probably many of these languages are also included in the European language grid. So, but my question is, of course, Microsoft might not listen to 15,000 Greenlandic people, but they might listen to several millions of Europeans. So what can Europe do what should Europe do to include these languages on the large platforms?
Okay, Sabine, I think that was for you, yeah.
Yes, you are absolutely right. It's not possible for such a small language community to really
lost the audio. Sabine, we can't hear you anymore.
We lost you.
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that my microphone wasn't on. So yeah, thank you for the question. And yes, of course, it's very difficult for these 50,000 people to make it. I mentioned this to Christel Schaldemose, who is the chief negotiator, who was the chief negotiator for the European Parliament, actually while they were having the negotiation regarding the tech giants. But the focus there was more on data security and personal data and things like fake news. And she recognized that, of course, this language problem was also part of it, but it hasn't really surfaced in the agreement that was made afterwards. And I think some effort should be made to make it more clear that this is also part of the problem.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions, please, here.
My name is Pilar Orero. I come from Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, and I am perhaps from the other end of you. We don't research on technologies, but the application of we don't develop languages, but the application of the languages in media accessibility. My worry is that not only big companies don't care about small languages, but the European Parliament doesn't believe in minority languages. The European Commission doesn't believe in minority languages. Minority languages or languages in general, all the engines are separate from the translation unit to the interpreters unit to the why are the resources not shared. To me, that's the application of efforts. The end user who pays for these technologies, of course, they don't have any access to them, to the translation engines, to the corporate, nothing at all. So democratic participation of the end user, as the end user, as you were saying, how important is the end user, and I think it's challenged by the approach or by the vision of the European Commission and the European Parliament towards languages and minorities. I know this is a tricky question, but...
Well, I mean, we don't have anyone from the Parliament here, I think. We have Philip from the Commission, but it is a difficult question. On the other hand, I think that exactly the initiatives like ELG and ELE and MetaNet and others, and of course FNIL, are pushing in that direction. And in fact, the Parliament, as far as I know, as Georg said, has actually approved this far-reaching declaration in 2018. I think, yes, you can say not much of it has been realized yet, but certainly it gives us some pushing power towards the Commission and the national governments to act on it. So that's my answer as not being affiliated with Parliament or the Commission, but I think there are efforts being made. And certainly even completely outside of this landscape, there are people and companies who are developing tools for many languages. ELG has tools for the basic analysis of languages for 130-something languages. So again, there might be gaps, of course, and there are gaps. It's not all the 7,000 languages anyway, but we are sort of going there. So hopefully next time there will be more positive comment from your part. Yeah, Sabine, please.
Yeah, I was actually a bit sorry to hear this comment, because I just wrote an article that basically says the European community and the European Commission is one of our best friends regarding language policy at the moment, because these pushes that have been made through the different projects, ELSC and the MetaNet and ELG and so on, have really been helpful and have also been able to make it possible to get into dialogue with the local governments. So I think I'm a bit sorry to hear that there is not the feeling that we are getting a lot of support. I really feel that we do get a lot of support.
Yeah, Philip, please. Yes.
I'm trying to wave as much as I can. I'm sorry, I need to intervene as the Commission representative in this building and the like. But I'm not talking on behalf of the Commission, of course. But one thing that I'm reasonably sure, when you say that the Parliament is not pro the local language, the regional language and the like, I think that it's wrong. We cannot say that. Neither for the Commission. When you look at the report they have issued in 2018 on the language equality, I mean the European Language Equality Project that you are going to see tomorrow, that you know about, would not exist without the European Parliament. Okay, so it is. Now, from a technical and practical point of view, I agree that there is problems. We are functioning in 3 languages, 24 languages, and already that is a challenge. I mean, from a budgetary point of view, it's a huge consumption. And in front of the European citizen, well, we have to reduce and the like. So we cannot afford, or we could not afford, to handle 60 languages and having everything translated. When I say we could not, it's actually that the language technology is changing the whole phase of this exercise. If you take, if only for example, for the Commission point of view, we are now rolling out all our website in 24 languages, all the pages. Just imagine the quantity of document that was only available in English and sometime in French, sometime in German as well. Just because, honestly, because the cost of translation and the quality of translation, the cost went down and the quality went up. So it's a matter of support and financial. Now, on the other side, we also do all our best in order to make as much available the information, the data that we have put and created. Now, obviously, there have been challenges and the different communities and the like, but if you talk for the Parliament, for instance, and all the public panels and the like are made public, it's not easy to access, it's not automatically done and the like. And that's exactly one of the subjects of what I'm going to talk a little bit later. But I cannot say, no, the Parliament doesn't like the regional languages. Well, I'm not from the Parliament, but I cannot let that, neither the Commission either. So we try, we support, but we have our limit, and we try to be efficient. And that's a difficulty. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I think there was Daria wanted to say a little comment.
Just a quick comment that both the Europal Parallel Corpora and the DGT translation memories are released, and these are by far the most used multilingual parallel resources.
Okay, so.
I think we have an online question right now.
Okay, online question, please. Yes.
There's one question. Is it possible to force corporations to open up their internal data sets that they collect from their users? Especially multimodal interaction data is a real bottleneck, and no public sector can compete with the big IT corporations.
Okay, so maybe Joachim, there was this part about companies using multimodal data or not releasing multimodal data. Please.
Yeah, so I think the access to company data will become more and more important also to train these large models or to do also other approaches. It's still a challenge if you talk to companies. That's totally true, and I think Europe has a good answer to this. But of course, this needs also time to establish this IDS and Gaia X data exchange mechanisms, and that's a good chance to be successful. That companies open their treasure a little bit more, the data treasure, but it's a long way. It's a long way to get access, and I think projects like ELG here do a tremendous job to bring data together. Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And so here we have also to put more and more multimodal corpora into ELG like repositories. I think that's an important step forward. That projects like ELG are taking care doing this, yeah. But we have to enforce and motivate the companies to open their data sources somehow, and technically hopefully will help. But we need also regulations here, so to make it safe for the companies and to build trust. Yeah, at the end it's a measure. It's a it's a question of trust, yeah, and this trust to give data away, it's still not completely there. So this will take time, but this, that's a chance Europe has, but we need also some, I think, regulation, some political help to do so, and then we can hopefully also bring our data resources together.
Okay, thank you, Joachim. I'm glad you mentioned the regulations because I wanted to add that it's also a legal question and that we all know that even the copyright directive has not been adopted by more than half of the states in Europe, so it's almost 1 year overdue, and even that will not solve all the problems, especially for multimodal data. So yes, I mean, on the legislative side, it's very important that it's reviewed and it goes forward. So I think we should move forward. I have more questions. At least one I would like to ask the panel and give you turns. And that's not really a question. It's a request to give us your vision where language technology will be in 2030, almost 10 years from now. So, and we will go now in the opposite direction again. So I think Joachim, please start.
Yeah, so my vision for 2030 is, what we started, but it's also a long way. We all agree that language is a key technology for AI, but also key technology to interact with machines, with content, in our daily lives, and it will be important and even more important in the future. And therefore, I think what should be really the vision and a little bit also the dream of all of us is to achieve and to come up in 10 years with a European really convincing dialogue framework, speech, voice dialogue framework with really stronger capabilities what we see now. I think the race is still open to the real dialogue, because many research questions are not really solved, and what you started with ELG, what others started, so that these initiatives really find the synergies and that we come up with a strong European dialogue environment where companies, research partners really can bring themselves in, can have their own roles, and that it's attractive for the European researchers, that they don't go to the large companies, and that we bring this from research, what I said before, from research to lab, from the lab to the industry, and that we have such ecosystem, environment, technology stack, how you want to call it, which has European values, which has European quality, where European research results are really included, and which bring us an important future in this area. But this, of course, requires a lot of capacity, money also, but also a lot of political work, a lot of strategic work, and that's a little bit my dream for the next 10 years.
Okay, thanks, Joachim. So the ecosystem is certainly a very important thing, and we all try to push it that way. So James, your vision.
I'm going to take a somewhat different take on that question and say what could happen if we don't take action. And that is we may all end up working for Google or Amazon or Facebook, the American companies. Transformers, that is stacked autoencoders using self-attention trained with self-supervised learning, are revolutionary technology, not just for language technologies, but for computer vision, for acoustic perception, for speech recognition, for robotics, for multimodal interaction. The use of transformers for multimodal interaction in particular is a real game changer. It provides an elegant solution to long-standing open problems related to data fusion, abstraction, and exploiting the complementary nature of perception and communication modalities. But we in Europe have a real problem. The cost in computing power for world-class research in machine learning is doubling every 3 or 4 months. The only way to do serious world-class research in machine learning now is to work for Google, or Amazon, or Facebook, or OpenAI. The rest of us are reduced to building systems using pre-trained models provided by these companies, things such as BERT, GPT-3, or other transformers. This was well illustrated by the talk this morning by Jonas Andrulis. And the problem is this trend is going to continue and get worse if we don't do something about it. Transformers are not only a revolutionary technology for natural language, as we saw this morning. They're revolutionary for all different sorts of areas. But hold on, I'm rereading saying the same thing. The trouble is, what we've seen is these models that we're inheriting from the American companies have US values and US culture baked in as a bias. Okay? And not only that, they're the ones who control the evolution of technology. I can see great things to do with transformers in multimodal interaction if I had enough data and computing power. Just a side comment on the data question we had just now. I don't want my personal data being snarfed up. My data is fuel for machine learning. It has real value that's growing. But we do need the data to do the machine learning. But I should be able to sell that data and not have it taken away from me by some kind of fiat. Anyway, to be truly competitive, to finish, and to harness this breakthrough for the benefit of humanity, we need open access to high-performance computing and large-scale data. Not just for training language models, but for training extremely large models for vision, for robotics, for multimodal combinations of perception and action, and for all uses of AI. And we can only do that if we have the right, if the required computing power and data, which we don't now. We're being pushed out of the game by this doubling of required computing power every few months. So I'll say more about that in a second with the other question. But I think I've got the message across. We need help. Okay? And we need help because we're on the wrong trajectory. And that's where we're going to go in 10 years if we don't get off this trajectory.
Okay, thank you, James. So, Sabine.
Yeah, thank you also, James. That was really an eye-opener. You're absolutely right that this is a danger that we have to face. I'm actually quite impressed with the development that language technology and AI have taken during the last couple of years. And also when you see what has been presented today, I've been working in this area for 40 years and it has never been as fast as we see it go now. So my expectations are rather high. And like Joachim, I expect dialogue to improve. I find the dialogue with chatbots and with Alexa and Google Home painstaking. I cannot use Alexa in Danish, so I use German, and my Danish husband is struggling to get the lights off and the curtains down and so on. So we really need better coverage for more languages and actual dialogue based on language understanding, deep language understanding, and more robustness towards accents and different types of users. I really hope to see language technology for more languages, especially translation tools and tools for language learning. Ideally for all languages spoken in Europe, and especially migrant languages. It will be crucial, I think, for the future, because the way things are going now, we will have more migration. And that's also why the next topic of the EFNIL conference in October will be language and migration, and we will join there and have also participation from the European Commission. I hope also that more people in the future will understand language technology better. I think that's a real problem also regarding fake news and expectations to what language technology actually is. Many people don't know what they're dealing with and what the possibilities are, and they don't understand the limitations and the pitfalls. So when we had the ELE service recently, we could see that the people still only use very basic language technology tools such as search tools and spell checkers and MT, and they have problems unlocking the full potential, for instance, of speech technology and to become more efficient in their workplace. And the other area where I think language technology and AI is not really in the front yet is schools. So integrating the knowledge about what language technology is in their curricula is still not happening. So I hope there will be much more focus on that, and also using language technology for games and entertainment apps, which is really lacking.
Okay, thank you, Sabine. That was another point of view, so I'm glad how it plays well. But now, Philip, please.
Well, First of all, I think we're seeing a great model for what I would like to see in 2030 in the language community. I mean, it's, if you ask me, I would say it's probably the best integrated, the best collaborating AI community in Europe. What we've seen this morning in terms of infrastructure, in terms of tools that are being created together, that are put together, that are working together, we haven't really seen this in any other community to the degree that I'm seeing it here. And so if we can replicate this in other areas and integrate other tools with what has been created here, and both ways, I guess, ideally, that would be really a great development. I think we should kind of advertise that more towards the outside. I think there's a lot to be learned from how you are operating, the language community here is operating. That's the one thing. The other thing is, you might remember when we founded CLAIRE 4 years ago, one of the key elements that we argued for is that wide network, then the centers of excellence, and we kind of, with the excellence networks, we're kind of creating them. But the third element was that what I like to call the CERN for AI, this center that's eventually the European Union called the Lighthouse, but then watered it down into saying, oh, but we need many, many lighthouses, and then the whole idea of a lighthouse is kind of gone, at least from my perspective. Now, what we're seeing right now with these large AI models, I won't call it language model because they're not just language anymore, is exactly that, right? I mean, we cannot simply afford to creating the HPC infrastructure for every country in Europe, right? I mean, even Germany and France probably would be struggling to keep up with the big American companies. So we exactly need that infrastructure, and that needs to be coordinated, and the different researchers that want to use it need to do that. That's exactly what the physicists are doing at CERN and have been doing for many, many decades by now. And I think that is what we proposed it 4 years ago, and we were kind of sometimes laughed out of the room, and now we don't need this, we just need a couple of GPUs in our server room. And we're seeing now that, right, to really do large-scale AI we need that infrastructure, and we need public access to that. I'm fully with Jim here, and we need to organize this. We have never done that before, and because that infrastructure is not available, European researchers are not even able to do the stuff that we would like to do and probably be able to do if we had that infrastructure. So it's a really, really important part. I think we don't need to look just at the EU, but really at the member countries as well to make that happen. So that should be, from my perspective, a major goal to look at in the next few years, and that will change the landscape in Europe. The maybe other topic that I think maybe for AI in general is really trusted AI, what we call trusted AI, is how can we provide guarantees for the kind of AI algorithm that we're using increasingly, right? You all know that, right? A stop sign with a couple of colored patches and the AI detects something completely different. It's really holding back AI. I'm not an expert in language technology to what degree this is also a major problem here, but certainly, I mean, the industry is pushing strongly forward for that in safety concerns and in those areas, robotics, industrial robotics, and many other areas. So I think that's another really important part, and right, while we might not, safety is maybe not the major issue in the language context, we need these same guarantees on the ethical side in terms of bias and all the other topics, right? And the techniques for providing some sort of guarantees is probably very similar between those. So I think that's a major push that we need to look at.
Okay, thanks. I think definitely language technology has the same or very similar issues. Like you can imagine a dialogue with a doctor, where the doctor is AI, certain language is 90% of it. Okay, so Daria, please.
Yeah, I think I will sound a bit repetitive because so many of the ideas that we have heard so far are also in my notes. As a European citizen, my vision for 2030 is that all the misunderstandings by then will not be related to language barriers. there will certainly still be misunderstandings, but we should lift the barrier between the languages. As a person that needs to also take care of research infrastructures, I think we need to acknowledge that communication in the form of speech and video will dominate by 2030, and by that, the natural language processing community needs to become natural language processing community, not text processing community, which I think is a very narrow form of natural language. And the question here is, are research infrastructures ready for this leap? I think we're not yet, and we need to do this, and we cannot do this alone. I think we need to team up, both in terms of physical infrastructures as well as virtual infrastructures. Language resources will not be the only ones needed. We will also need so much more, but there also needs to be quite a lot of heavy-duty knowledge transfer between the domains, the communities, because we really do need to, on the one hand, manage expectations of researchers that will be applying the technologies that we're developing or making available in a responsible way, but also for the new technologies that we will be making on offer, we need to talk to those research communities to better understand what it is that they really need, so that we don't push down the throats the technologies that we think they need. We also need to do better in terms of educating the end users, how to make sure that they're using the right technology for the right applications, how they can make sure that the performance is up to the standards that they need. There could be high-risk usage scenarios that we want to avoid, misusing technology, etc. And another important angle that I need to mention today is that while we are talking about language technologies, I think we need to realize and start acting on the fact that language alone is not enough. Together with using language, people also use all the other elements in communication for sharing social signals, and our language technologies need to capture and be able to deal with that. And another final vision that I don't think has been mentioned so far by this community is that while we all care about all language of Europe today, Clarin as a research infrastructure also cares about the languages that are no longer in use but belong to the cultural heritage that we also need to find funding and focus to support, because without understanding the past we won't be able to understand the future. Thanks.
Okay, so thanks, Daria. So thanks to all five of you for different perspectives on and different visions from various points of view. So now it's up to you. Yeah. So we have one question over there.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Gerhard Backfried from Hensoldt Analytics. I recently listened to Tanja Schulz of the University of Bremen on a talk, plenary, called Biosignal Processing for Adaptive Cognitive Systems, where Tanja was talking about silent speech, and she was actually also talking about just turning thoughts into words and into actions. We are talking about the spoken words or the written words here, and we have been for a while, and all make sense. Are we including cognitive sciences enough? And shouldn't we also maybe aim at the neural representations rather than be completely paralyzed by the encoder, decoder, attention revolution that's been taking place over the last 4 or 5, whatever, since 2018?
Thanks, Gerhard, for the question. Okay, James, please.
Yeah, just a really quick comment. And I'm interested in airplanes, and so I study the way birds fly. No, that's a quick comment. We do need cognitive science, of course. Cognitive science informs us about a lot of things, starting with some of the ideas of encoder, decoders, and attention. You know, the ideas were there in cognitive science beforehand. So yeah, we need to include them, but let's not lose our focus as well. We are talking about a technology based on silicon right now, and that's inspiration for models. But we're not. I personally don't think that we can get intelligence by duplicating or modeling in great detail the neurological structure of the brain. But but we can certainly gain inspiration with principles, and we certainly learn important limits for the way we interact between artificial and natural systems. But I'll shut up. There's more important things to say than that.
Okay, thanks, James. Or Philip, yes, please.
Yeah, maybe just strengthening what Jim just said. I think it's one of the biggest issue or gaps, I would say, in AI research right now is that we're not better integrating this with the neuroscience area, which are making leaps and strides forward in understanding how the human brain works. And no, the issue is not replicating this, but understanding better how the human brain, which is the most complex thing, I guess, that we know about, and that we try to replicate functionality of, right? We need to better understand that. And vice versa, I think there is a lot of technology that we could develop for modeling human thinking with using the AI technology. We don't fly like birds, and so we certainly don't want to use AI. Or maybe we do, we don't know. But we probably will do AI differently than the human brain, but there's certainly a lot that we can learn. And I think that is one of the largest underfunded areas related to AI. We thought about this in DFKI, about doing stuff there, but it's actually really hard because the funding isn't really there. So if there's one thing for 2030 that I can add to the list, it would certainly be that.
No, I completely agree. I think this example with birds and planes, I heard from one of my mentors in life, which was Fred Jelinek, the pioneer in statistical speech in the 80s last century, was saying exactly that we should take the inspiration from the nature, but then not necessarily our applications will look like birds, but we should learn. Okay, thank you. And any other word from the panelists? Okay, so the next question. Do we have any online question?
No.
Okay. So anyone from the audience here? No vision? Oh, there is a vision question.
Hi there. My name is Adrian Lemons. I'm a computational linguist, but I used to work in the industry as well. Throughout the last hour, I've noticed that fairly often technical matters kind of get mixed with ideological questions. For instance, small languages or minority languages should be conserved. It's that they shouldn't sort of be spoken less, or you know, if speakers get more out of using a different language, then that's a problem, or we shouldn't be reliant on American technology or have an over-reliance on such technology. To me, those sound like ideological questions, whereas at the same time, there are technical questions. We need more data, we need more infrastructure, and I mean hardware infrastructure. If we ever want to stand a chance to compete, then yes, we probably need a way to pool data that at the moment is proprietary, which means some kind of federated learning scheme. I thought the comparison with what the Large Hadron Collider is doing, that's a pretty good one, although there are physicists who are not a fan of the way that that funding scheme is working at the moment. In any case, I'm just curious, in your opinion, is it possible to have this conversation without sort of intermingling the ideological and the technical side? Or is it possible to have a purely scientific discussion on the one hand that is decoupled from that? And I'm reserving judgment whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm just curious because it does muddy the waters, I find, to the point where it's sometimes difficult to tell what's at stake here.
Okay, anyone wants to pick up? That's a difficult question, I guess. Joachim?
Well, with ideological views, so I wouldn't emphasize too much. I mean, at the end, when we have now the discussion, you're completely right, repeats from time to time, so that we are somehow dominated, especially from the in the research area, but also now from the application area, from US hyperscalers, and it's very difficult for Europe to compete. But to be honest, at the end, I would say we should at least play with the same tools or same level. It starts from the salary of good researchers. It starts from infrastructure, as Jim already mentioned, and here what I would request or what will wish as European researcher or research manager, that we are on the equal level, that we have the equal opportunity to do research on this level, and this becomes more and more important. Maybe this is some ideological issue, but at the moment I have the impression it's more and more difficult to be on the same level, because now we have this, what Jim already said, these two ingredients: computational resources, access to data, and also salaries of good researchers. So it's a different level. So and this doesn't fit. And here we have to make this as topic. So to come to this equal level to do research in a good environment. And if you call it ideological, then it's true.
Okay, thanks, Joachim. Anyone else? Sabine? Yeah.
Yeah, I think, well, you wouldn't develop artificial intelligence if it was not because you want to get a better society and a better life for the people that are using it. Otherwise, the purpose would not be relevant. And of course, you can discuss whether we should all speak English or not, and whether that would be an adequate solution. But if you look at the countries around us, then that is not what people do want. And I think if technology and science doesn't, work for the good of the people and what they need, then we have a problem. I think you can't just sort of separate the two things. To me, of course, the most important thing is, where do you want to go for the people? And the next question is then, how can technology help us do this?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Okay. What I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. So, anything to react?
Thank you for your answers. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be sat here if I didn't agree with you to a large extent. Although, again, I find it difficult to not challenge you at the same time, to say that the question of where you want to go as a society if you want to use AI, that too is very much an ideological point. Whereas I think for most, you could say, companies that stand to benefit from something like the European Language Grid, the betterment of society is not the primary goal. It's increasing revenue, it's increasing efficiency. And I think it would be a bit naive to ignore that. That's, I guess, that would be my reaction to that point.
Okay.
Can I maybe respond to that? But that is the entire point, right? There's this term digital sovereignty that's been coined, and I think this is very, very clear and very much to the point of what we're discussing here, right? And we cannot separate technology from that, as Sabine just said. Right? If you want to be able to live up to human value, European values, human values, right, then you need the technology to be able to do that. And as you just said, right, it's not necessarily in the interest of Google or Amazon or any of the other big players, or whether they are from China, to do that. And so that means we need the technology means to be able to do that. And that's where the whole thing is just linked at the very core, and so we cannot separate the two, right? So, and I mean, yeah, I leave it at that.
Okay. No, I think you are right in this. I think the farther we go in this between the basic research, where possibly we could talk just about technical stuff, towards the applications, we cannot ignore the environment in which this development, both in technology and applications, is actually taking place. So I think the next one was Francois. I noticed you, Philippe, as well, and Tomáš as well, but Francois was first.
No, I mean, that's okay. I just wanted to make the same point that it's really difficult to distinguish the two aspects. And I mean, when we talk about data, data is language in our case, and language belongs to people. It's produced by people, it's used by people. So it's really important to keep this in mind. I mean, we don't just have data sitting there somewhere, and then that can be trained and used for training languages, language model, for instance. Language is part of our life, and so it's really important if these large models and if this technology are being disseminated all over and used in our daily lives, we need to keep control on the way this technology work.
Okay, thanks. So I think Philip wanted to say.
Yes, is it working? Yeah. I need to bounce again. I'm sorry. I really enjoy it. No, but the philosophical and the technological one, one of the best sentences we have generated when we need to decide which language to spend money on. Okay? Language which are socially and economically relevant for Europe. Okay, you have these two words. And hey, guys, do the balance and decide. I mean, ultimately, we are, and the governmental institution and the grouping and the line, we are only mirrors of the society. Okay, so we try to hear and we try to balance, we try to satisfy everybody, and of course there is no money for everybody. So we try to satisfy it. And I really enjoyed that question. Thanks a lot, because I was in the back, laughing, that's going to be interesting and the like. But there is also a responsibility for everybody here. As we say, we are more a mirror of what is happening. But the society needs to be organized and the community needs to be organized. So, and it's also the responsibility of the different coordination institution to come back and to provide the right signals to us. Because I'm often hearing that we are shooting on the left, we are shooting on the right, we don't know what to do. Hey, because we receive the information from the community that are fighting. Fighting why? Because they want to get the maximum of the money out of it. So sometimes we shoot on the left and the right. Yeah, James is having fun and he knows about that. Huh? But my call here, instead of bouncing back to say, well, the Commission doesn't know what to do with our money, I would come back to the coordination institution, the CSAs and all the synchronization group and the like, to work together and to come back. And I think that this, you were saying actually, this community is well organized, but because you see it a little bit from outside. Of course, the closer you get, the more small fight you've got. But they ended up having the common goal and the like. So that's one of the message as well, that from the AI community, that's also one of the things that you have to defend. You have to defend the whole groups and the whole different communities in front of the AI. Because I had the feeling, that's what I heard. Sometimes it's easy to blame the Commission, but everybody has its role in this exercise. No, one argument, and then I finish because it's not my war here. Member state. It's very important as well that the member states are involved and on all levels, not only on the funding, because you see the funding, but also on the coordination. And we do the effort, but you also have to do the role, because you are the representative of your research community in your countries in coming back and the like. So we try to do our best, but it's an organization of everybody. I'm sorry I took it too long.
Okay, thanks, Philip. So in fact, you sort of answered what would have been my last question, but because we do not have time, I still want to give last word to each of the panelists. So without asking the last question, now you have 1 minute each to say us the most important message that we all here and the audience should hear. So Joachim, please.
Yeah, so basically I would repeat, so let's have one common goal, which is to have a European, I call it, replace it, but a European Alexa, which is relevant for researchers, industry, and which also is in the bring benefit to the European citizens. And that this is our common goal, and let's go for this goal.
Thanks. James.
Okay, well, I was expecting a question about what's important to fund, and I was going to start with a flip comment that any self-respecting scientist will ask, fund my research. It's vital. So sure, it's vital that we fund research on multimodal interaction with collaborative intelligence systems. That's what I do. But seriously, notice I said interaction and not just perception. Intelligence requires interaction. Intelligence is a description of interaction, and we need not to lose sight of that. Perception is an enabling technology, but we've got to really now concentrate on multimodal interaction and do it in a very natural way to have truly natural collaboration between humans and machines. And let me stop with one final phrase. It's a slogan that we made up a few years ago for Humane AINet, but it's kind of quiche, but I'll repeat it. In California, AI is for profit. In China, AI is for control. In Europe, we want AI to be for humanity. I'll stop there.
Thanks a lot. So, Sabine.
Yes, I certainly subscribe to the last statement. Definitely, that was very nicely put. Someone in the beginning of this spoke about language understanding and deep language understanding, and actually that was the last point that I wanted to make. I really support the research into the development of applications based on the resources that are already in the European language grid. I think it's really impressive what can be done, and especially support research that will push the development further towards deep language understanding. And one way to do this is, for instance, to look at terminological data that has been fairly overlooked for many years, and I think it is very useful, maybe also in this direction. In the Nordic countries, there are huge efforts made towards standardizing terminology in public services, not only as word list, as most people conceive it like, but as database entries with clear definitions, and they are even organized in conceptual semantic systems or ontologies. And they model, so to say, the reality that the public IT systems are working on. So their purpose is to ensure semantic compatibility between digital public services, such as patient journals, tax collection system, property registration, social services, and so on. But at the same time, they model a part of the society that deal with these barriers. So although they may have been created for a different purpose to start with, they ensure, and so they ensure the compatibility between the systems. I believe that they have big potential for language technology and AI. And I think working with these concepts around in the public area is something that needs to be done if we want to integrate the systems with and their functionality with language.
Okay. Thank you, Sabine. So now here, Philip.
Yeah, I started with the motto of Claire of excellence in all of AI, and I think also these large language models are kind of forcing us to do that, right? To come together to combine language with images, with video, with multimodal and semantics and what have you. So I think this is really a great chance for the broader AI community to come together. So we should use it for that and not try to stick to our individual small communities, but really try to integrate among them. But then on the other hand, and that's something that hasn't been brought up now, is, right, I mean, these systems compute for weeks, if not months, on huge numbers of GPUs with huge energy resources being used for that. And they are great for a big company like Google, who first of all can do it, and then they have the scale to actually use the results. For the German industry or the European industry, which are much smaller, medium-sized maybe, how do we make these models available? How can we scale them to, I mean, not every company can do these large models for themselves. That obviously doesn't work. So, and I think this hybrid AI, this combination of pure learning with more explicit models is one way that's certainly highly interesting to make these things better, less resource intensive, which, by the way, there is climate change out there, and we need to look at that and not spend it on learning huge models that, if there are better ways, and we need to find those better ways.
Okay, thanks, Philip. So, last word, Daria.
In terms of financial support, I tried to imagine Europe where there's no difference between national and EC funding, because really we're all after the same goal. We want to promote the availability of language technologies for the European citizens, but also for the researchers in Europe. We want to ensure systematic, strategic, full support regardless of where the funding comes from. And in terms of the challenges for the research infrastructure and ensuring the interoperability, if you imagine physical infrastructures, nobody cares if they need to be stuck for a couple of weeks in the middle of the road because we're investing into a better future. We should also not pretend that research infrastructures can be immediately invisible. We need to take into account that for a while it's okay to give it a lot of funding and still be stuck in some important crossing point, wait for it to be ready for a better future. And when asking why fund this, I would switch the question around and I would seriously ask all of you, why not?
Okay, so thank you for your last words. I think we have heard a lot of opinions. I would also like to thank the audience. We got many questions, and actually the provocative ones I asked for, and we have had a good discussion. But first of all, or last of all, I would like to thank the panelists. So Joachim Keller from Fraunhofer, James Crowley from Grenoble, France, Sabine Kirchmeier, the president of EFNIL, Philip Schlusalek, the head of CLAIR, and Daria Fischer, the future CEO of Clarin. So thank you very much. We have at least 2 of the panelists available. The others are certainly available on email or otherwise. And you are free to approach us and all of them in any way you wish. And we hope that together we can push language technology further. Thank you very much.
Right, there's a coffee break now. Let's reconvene at 3:15. Yeah, we're slightly behind time, but it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
I was going to say thanks to Joachim and Jan, and it was good to see them again.
online, you're going to see next slide, and I'll move it.
Right, after the coffee break, let's all get seated and continue with the program. Second to last session today is the ELG industry session with some contributions from European language technology industry developers. And sharing this session is our colleague and ELG partner Gerhard Backfried from Hensoldt Analytics, and I'll let him introduce the panelists. Gerhard.
Thank you. Thank you, Georg, and welcome everybody back. I hope you're still all awake. We're back to the industry session, and let me just emphasize that this is also the third time we have an industry session. The industry is an integral part of European language technology, and it's also an integral part of the ELG project. To get started, we will have 6 high-level and renowned guests, 2 of which you can see already over there. The others are going to be virtual. And for starters, I'd like to take you back a little bit into the previous sessions of Metaforum and the previous sessions of the industry session at Metaforum. These are the logos of the companies and of the partners interested in the ELG who were so kind to take part in the ELG industry session and tell us about what they liked about the ELG, what they were missing, what they were hoping for. Those are some of the echoes. And I believe even from the keynote this morning to the previous session, you will have heard the one or the other, because those are recurring topics. They've been around: datasets, corpora, the ever-growing models, the hunger for GPU power, for memory, for energy. On the other hand, the possibility to extend the own capabilities, open up new market segments, get seen, be seen, gain visibility. The ELG itself, the grid, is one side of the coin. The other one is actually the community, because we shouldn't forget the ELG it's a technical thing, but it doesn't live in a vacuum. It only lives if it's filled by people, if it's filled by activities. It's filled by us and by our customers and helpers. So reaching new market segments, the topic of how can I get access to additional sources? How can I share them legally? What about licensing? It's a minefield very often. Knowledge gain and training and expertise that can be raised and can be gained by participating in the ELG. The awareness of an industry in Europe, of our industry, make it seen, make us heard. That's also a vehicle for that. Exposure, and last but not least, I'm sure many of you receive the ELG newsletter. Many of you have been in touch with the ELG through the various communication channels. Think of it as intelligence also. Think of it as receiving up-to-date, first-hand information about what's going on in the LT industry, in the LT business, also in research. It's something that we've come across many times when we were talking about innovation in the ELG. And this is also a vehicle for you that you can make use of to learn more and stay and be up-to-date. Now, without much further ado, these are the participants today. As you can see, they come from Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Sweden, Spain, Estonia, and Latvia. So we have a wide distribution across the continent, across many different languages, also across many different sectors, which is, I would say, very typical of the European LT landscape. With this, I'd like to hand over to our first guest, Julina, and I will be managing, I guess, the slides. Julina, if you say next, and I will just push next. Just a word of caution to all my honored guests, please do stay in time. We have about 10 minutes each maximum, so please do stay in time. And with this, I hand over to Julina. We cannot hear you, Julina, yet. Yes, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
This was a miracle almost. Pleasure virtually seeing you again today. My name is Julina, and I will briefly present to you Identrix, where I'm part of the data science team, and how we benefit from the European language grid. if we start the presentation, please. Just next slide.
Sorry.
So first a bit about Identrix. We deal with the creation of automated solutions which allow organizations to delegate their menial data processing tasks to machines so that humans can focus on high-end, insight-oriented work. We're proud to say that currently we're one of the biggest collectors of online news. On a daily basis, we collect close to 2 million texts, which position us among the best in automated media monitoring and answering questions like who is saying what about whom. We offer both ready-to-use models and fully tailored data science as a service. Our solutions range from knowledge extraction from unstructured data, such as named entity recognition and sentiment analysis, all the way to automated text classification and content generation, like, for example, generating short summaries of large amounts of text, for which last year we were awarded with Gold Stevie to a big extent, because we also develop algorithms that make sure that there are no factual hallucinations in the generated texts. Next slide. Okay, we have more than 5 years of experience in data lake development and maintenance, which have taught us to respect the saying garbage in, garbage out. Our information extraction models gather information from many sources. They produce a structured representation of the relevant information. And the main goal of this process is to organize the automatically collected proprietary and open source information, to put it in a semantically precise form so that it's useful to people. Keeping high value in the warehousing and information extraction domains is one of the main reasons behind our success in the development of AI-based solutions for media monitoring, publishing, and risk intelligence. We provide automated reports with quantitative and qualitative analysis of the data a company wants to gain knowledge from. And the solutions helps media intelligence providers to save time and money, to expand their tendering and free up their talent so they can focus on human intelligence intensive tasks. We also help companies to embrace AI to identify potential risks and issues in real time, to research people of interest. In other words, we help risk intelligence providers to uncover the true meaning behind data and to anticipate, prepare, and manage risk better in today's ever-changing communication environment. Next slide. And here you can see our end-to-end general pipeline. Imagine that, for example, the Bulgarian Ministry of Defense wants to know the main context in which the ministry is being mentioned, a very hot topic right now. Of course, we start with gathering and warehousing bulks of data. In this case, it could be daily news from various local media sources. Next, we process the gathered data and extract various statistics out of it. For example, we can extract the news which mentioned the ministry to analyze the polarity of the text in which the ministry appears it. We can extract the topics of those news and even summarize them. And the last step is, of course, the deployment of the solution as a product for client use. Next, please. And where all of this begins, of course, is the beginning. In the beginning was the word. So, as this phrase from the most old book in history continues, the word was God and words are everything. If you want to extract and communicate even some basic meaning, we need good understanding of the beginning of the words. So far, so good, but understanding even words automatically is challenging. And as the next slide would say, one of the points of departure here, as it was mentioned multiple times today, is multilingualism, which is at the heart of the European idea. We have a bunch of official languages and dozens of regional and minority languages. On top of that, the language data varies greatly across clients, domains, styles, and many other linguistic nuances. And due to the fact that most of our clients need adaptation of our existing technologies to their specific domains, to their use case, and sometimes to their specific language, this diversity setup creates some challenges. Among the main we face in our work are related to the access to resources covering this whole diversity. And as a result, many of our projects include that language resource development step, data annotation and so on, which is a relatively slow process, and even more due to the fact that when producing a new data resource and a model, there is this constant evaluation and correction process when an information is misinterpreted or when a bias emerges. Of course, there is the ethics considerations as well, which we aim to find by prevention of the training data, validation of the input and output sequences, fact preserving and checking procedures, and various human-in-the-loop processes. And taking all of this into consideration is a challenge to reach stable quality for different languages, even when it comes to words. Everything that doesn't cover this diversity holds back the potential that we have in Europe, so we put extra efforts addressing this. Next slide, if possible. And we feel that we share this respect towards the linguistic diversity with the European Language Grid, who are currently fighting against the danger of digital extension for many of the European languages by providing language technology platform and marketplace in Europe. Can we have the next slide? And the next one also. Okay. We especially appreciate the catalog of the available resources and the technologies gathered by the ELG, together with the detailed metadata about the resources it stores. This is why we use it as a starting point for when we research a new topic. We always start with the platform. We value the fact that the entire catalog of the grid is available as a Python kit, and not only this, but we find it extremely intuitive to use, and all of this saves us a lot of time. And one of the obstacles that we have identified so far is the increasing gap between academia and industry, and we see that DLG is one potential solution to this, as it offers a common community ground. In fact, at Adventrix, we have been experimenting a lot with what came out of OpusMT, for example, which is one of the GRID's pilot projects that supports an academia initiative. And we would certainly benefit from other similar open source solutions in the future, and definitely see some potential in collaborations with academia in this regard as well. Well, these were my few slides. Thank you for your attention and for listening to what we have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much from this, for this perspective from the east of Europe, from Bulgaria. We're going we're going west now to our next presenter, Peter Schwarz from Phonexia in the Czech Republic. I hope he's online. You can use me as a remote control for your presentation. The floor is yours, Peter.
So nice to meet you. Okay, so we see the slides. Actually, we based Phonexia because we saw that too many words, 35 trillion of words is spoken on planet every day, and some of them Okay, Gerhard, do you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. So just next slide. So we decided that we build technology that help our clients to extract everything what is possible from speech and add some value to the information. Next slide, please. So we start building technologies that collect some pieces. So the technologies are like speech transcription, keyword spotting, language identification, diarization or speaker segmentation, gender identification, age estimation, and so on. All these pieces, and we start offering the technology through some server solution. Next slide, please. And after that, we basically start to build products or solution around the speech technologies. So here are a few use cases from the government area. So it may be intelligence, either open source or closed source intelligence. It may be forensic use case or criminal investigation. Next slide, please. In case of commerce, there are use cases like speech analytics. If everyone wants to optimize the contact center or to extract the business information from the traffic, it may be voice authentication. If we want to work better with people, control the access, do some personification, or in the last year, it is a lot about conversational AI. European company do not have people for contact centers, so the people are replaced by AI. Next slide, please. So our company, we have people with more than 55 years in the field. The company has more than 60 people. It was started as a spin-off from Brno University of Technology. So we have a really close relation to academia, and we have projects in more than 60 countries. It's growing all the time. Next slide, please. So when Gerhard came to me, I start with some brainstorming what actually we need for data resources and what we can offer. So what we are doing every day, we basically are collecting and cleaning data for speech transcription in many languages. So any data with speech transcripts are beneficial for us. What is interesting, the data now doesn't need to be 100 correct. We can work with data that have some labels. For example, labels from other commercial recognizers, or basically any labels what we can work with. Also, in speech transcription, there are related tasks like name entity recognition, digit, dates, times, normalization. So this is requested by clients, and we need to provide such tasks. What is seen in these days, we train on a huge quantity of data. So there are different resources that are in different formats, usually small quantities, but we need to convert these resources to the same format and then to train on it. So if we can share work on this part, it can help significantly. And also the data, if it is at least somehow uniform across languages, it speeds up the development. Next slides. So actually, how we could help? So as I said, we are building technology that can extract data or at least label some data. So we can provide multiple modalities. So we can offer the technology to extend the data that everyone from the community can offer or have. For example, we have more than 15 languages or transcription for more than 15 languages in Amazon Web Services. We can offer the metadata, and also we are part of several research projects where we try to collect our data. So probably something of these resources could be offered to the community. Next slide, please. Some motivation, basically why people should collaborate on data and resources. So for us, it is definitely the reduction of cost, because we license the data from many companies, and we collect other data ourselves. we are trying to get or to find new ways to markets. So if we have here a joint market or some catalog, it can help, and it can help to all the companies and all the universities. Definitely shared development and data collection, but also the pipeline, data cleaning, data processing can move us further. We see huge potential in the sharing of models now, because before it was difficult. There were very diverse pipelines, diverse tools, but now with open source, basically shared toolkits, it's much easier and it can boost companies. Of course, shared technology is also one way. We see that the field is changing from a closed source solution to more open source solution. So we are also discussing this in company and would like to go in this direction. What is important now is the computational resources, because we see that to build good technology, more and more computational resources are needed. So I think some sharing here is important. And of course, everyone is doing the work in the compliance with legislative. So if we can bring or share procedures how to work with data in the legal way, it can also bring advantage. Please, next slide. So this is just, I mentioned it already, but what is the current trend? The current trend are big pre-trained models. It is seen in all the fields. It is in speech, natural language processing, dialogue, video, and this needs huge resources in data and in human resources, in computational resources. So if the company can share the way and maybe find common resources or data, and then each company can have its own downstream task. It could help all the participants that are involved. Next slide. And basically, how I see the community, or what can make the effort success. Basically, I think that if we manage to bring data, tools, models, and community to one place, and bring also the computational resources, I think it can be a living community. It can move the whole field further. So I believe that the combination of all these parts is the way how to succeed. So thank you, and Gerhard, please continue.
Thank you, Peter. And it's just another example of a small, worldwide, a small European player being active in all the continents on this planet. And we've been working together with Phonexia. Maybe a special case here is also that often we're dealing with law enforcement, and then the data sharing aspect is a completely different one, because it's not only a technical question, it's also a legal question very often. We've seen this chicken and egg problem very often. Law enforcement wants to evaluate something. They cannot give us the data to evaluate. We cannot give them the technology, so they can do the evaluations themselves, or they don't have the expertise. And it's a chicken and egg problem. In one of the projects where we worked with Phonexia, some middle ground was also found, the exchange of features that don't allow the recreation of the identity of a person, but still allowed one of the law enforcement agencies we're working with to evaluate things. And a second one, maybe a bit humoristic, but nevertheless, experience together with Phonexia is we were lucky enough that the Czech police was able to provide us with a drug dealing case in an anonymized, of course, way. And together with Phonexia and other friends in a project, we are reenacting drug dealing. So we're running around, in this case, the streets of Munich, being intercepted by the German police with real interception equipment. They're on board, everything is real in this case. Of course, what's not real is we are not real. And we pretend to be as close as we can to drug dealers. I hope we're not doing a too good job. Otherwise, we'll be picked up on the street sooner or later by the police. But we are creating a corpus that allows multiple modalities, from images being taken where a drug dealer may hide something, from backpacks changing owners underneath the desk of a fast food restaurant at a train station, all the way down to jargon and slang and ways that we learned from the police organizations how drug dealers talk to each other when they exchange things. They use words like vitamins, for example. So we're trying to mimic that and make it as closely resembling reality as possible in order to allow a whole suite, not a single, but a whole suite of technologies, from speech reco to speak identification, from named entity recognition to network construction. Who could be known? If I talk to Stelios about somebody called Georg and Stelios doesn't ask for him, it means the two of us know somebody. So network can be created and extended. And then maybe, some voice samples fit in there. And that was one of the challenges that we saw, is creating a corpus not only for one modality, not only for one technology, but for several, all at the same time. Not individual ones, but the same time. And we've been creating this corpus together we are actually still working on it together with Phonexia. So thank you also for that, Peter. All right, thank you very much. With that, we're taking a right turn, heading up north, and we'll go to Sweden. Fredrik will tell us about Gavagai, and the floor, Fredrik, is yours.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. And it's also awfully weird to see myself in not a mirrored mode, since we've been in this pandemic for a couple of years now, and we're used to see ourselves in a particular way, but this camera is not really mirrored. So I'll be quite brief, and we can switch to the next slide immediately, please. Okay, so my name is Fredrik. I run the data science team at Gavagai, and I'm also the head of product, which means that I have a close relationship with our partners, and as well as responding to their technical requirements. Gavagai as a company was founded in 2008 as a spin-off from a Swedish research research institution, Swedish Institute of Computer Science. And right now, what we're focusing on is natural language processing for customer experience. And so in that respect, we are part of an ecosystem. So we provide the expertise in natural language processing, and we partner with companies that have the customers in different domains that can actually make use of this knowledge that we are having. So we are one piece of the puzzle in a larger ecosystem. Right now, we are delivering services in 47 different languages. And we have a system for doing this, which is self-hosted. And right now we're processing tens of thousands of survey responses and support tickets and chats and so on per day. The product that we're selling is available as a web application as well as a REST API. And what you're seeing here in the screen is our vision and mission, which sort of tells the high-level story about what we're doing. So it's, in essence, what we're helping our customers with is to understand their customers, and we help them to discover, what they didn't really knew they needed to know, in a way. So this is really a discovery process that we're doing. Next slide, please. Yes. So, to put this more into context, I will tell you about two different but very typical use cases that we are participating in. So the first one is a always-on customer experience solution for retail that we're working with, where we continuously process thousands of survey responses per day. Like if you go to, well, I won't mention the customer's name, but if you go to this particular retail store and buy something from them, some of you will end up having exit surveys where you will answer to some questions that this company posed to you in different languages, and you will probably answer these questions. They collect all this, tens of thousands of this each day in over 30 different markets, 30 different languages. They have multilingual models running the same kind of topic analysis that's for all different languages. So they are able to measure the same kinds of KPIs and same kinds of metrics across all markets, and they do this on a daily basis, so they can actually track what people are thinking about them. They know how happy their customers are at any particular time, and they also merge this data that we are providing with their own data on everything from transaction and so on, so they can actually break down things quite granularly and see what stores are having troubles in a particular day, or what stores are having unexpected successes, and so on. And this, what we're providing for them is integrated with their customer experience solution, including visualization and so on. So this is the always-on CX solution for retail. Then we have another typical use case, which is that we are working with partners that have domain-specific knowledge and also have their own platforms for collecting data. So all the data that we are processing, more or less, are highly proprietary. There are like trade secrets of these particular companies. They are not. It's not at all public data. So in the second use case, we're usually working on a project-based level, where it's necessary for analysts, for our customers or partners analysts, to be able to rapidly model a domain in terms of topics and sentiments, and to come to some conclusion of, to analyze the questions that our customers are asking. So, for instance, one of these questions could be, what drives negative consumer satisfaction for a particular customer? So in essence, our partners want to know the answers to this particular question, because if they know the answers, they can provide their customers with like a to-do list. Well, in order to increase your customer satisfaction, you should address these 3 different things. And then we can do this measurement the next week again, or even the next day, and so on. And this is an ongoing process. So what we are actually providing here is a highly interactive and iterative elicitation of a topic model that helps an analyst to work to make this model that is also then deployed for production purposes, that is accessible using an API. So we provide both the web application and the REST API for that. Yes, and in this slide you can see an example of what we can do. A typical thing that we can see is a statement from a customer somewhere, and we can measure the topicality in that statement, and we can measure the sentiment. And we can do this in a way that spans across languages, and that helps our customers to understand their customers, which is becoming increasingly important, we notice. So we have customers working in very, very different domains, and many of them are not really technically savvy, and they are not in this for the tech, but actually for the business value. So next slide, please. So given all this, if we look at as we're quite a small company located in Sweden, and what we need from the European community regarding language technology, well, we would need, for instance, large data sets that are continuously updated in different languages, because this is what we use to pre-train our models. We would need annotated data, of course, for multi-class and multi-label text classification in particular, in many languages. And this is both for training as well as for evaluation and validation of models. But here's something else that we need. And this is something that we have not been struggling, but this is something we haven't been facing in any of the projects that we have been part of, is that we need, good, secure, and collaborative annotation tools. There are plenty of those, but we include processes. We need processes for eliciting annotation guidelines, because I have yet to encounter a company or academic that has actually thought much about how to elicit the actual guidelines for doing annotations. We always assume that there are guidelines, but when we face customers that are not really mature, it has to be a way of arriving at these guidelines in a very structured manner, and these guidelines can be very specific to a customer or domain or even a project. So that's one thing that we are looking for actively. Another thing that we need, since we are in a multilingual market, and I can tell you, even we have 47 languages in our services, but we don't have all these languages in-house, kind of obviously. So what we would need, and what we're also pursuing, is a network of speakers, native speakers, that are also linguistically knowledgeable in some sense. Because we want to be able to discuss language, discuss culture, discuss markets, and understand how we can approach a certain data set in order to get the most of it, in a way. So it's more not so much the technical thing we're looking for. We're looking for the soft side, the business side of this. Next slide, please. So having said that, the data that we are processing are proprietary, and it's unfortunately nothing that we can share. What we can share, however, and what we can contribute to the European community is our experience from working with this kind of industry. We regularly do mentoring of individuals, and we do supervision of academic thesis in this area. We do events like this, and also something that I do when I have the chance is to preach data readiness, which is a way that we have found useful for talking about data with different kinds of stakeholders to make the business data-driven business, including things that we have already heard here today, licenses, clean data, ethics of data, privacy, and everything like this, to make sure that everyone speaks the same language, and that we can actually provide some business value and setting the expectations correct. So this is something that we do regularly, especially since we're working with people that have their own data. And by that, I would actually conclude and say thank you very much, and I can see that I'm actually on time. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick, for these insights. And I think there are always technical items and there are the community items. I think you touched upon very important points, such as a model is actually old the moment we deploy it very often. And it needs to either develop by itself or it needs to be developed by users, and those users don't have to be NLP experts. How can we involve them? How can we integrate them? What's a good way of sort of like protecting them from themselves sometimes also? Very important points. And also working the cooperation in those tools and maybe creating such tools, annotation schemes. We've had lots of sweat and blood and what else on annotation projects, so I really feel for you. And thanks very much for sharing all of this information and insights with us again. And with this, I have the pleasure of switching from the virtual world to the physical world. Enrik is going to be with us, and I can take a pause from being the remote clicker here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. That's next is this, and the other way around. Hello, my name is Enric Plana, and coming from Barcelona, and I'm going to introduce some of the things that we actually touched base before in the presentation. We discussed about annotation and the need of large training data sets for improving the model for specific use cases. Before getting started, a little bit about myself. I have a background in telecommunications, so slightly different from most of the linguistic people here, but I spent most of my career working at Apple. Started on the hardware side, moved into software, and then later on services. And this is where I got started with language AI and international language. I was part of the team that was releasing Siri for Europe 7-8 years ago. We actually started M47 Labs, a consulting company 4 years ago, and we are working with especially US companies who want to develop their AI projects in Europe. So we help them out with NLP engineering teams, computational linguists from all over Europe, and trying to help them out adapt the products to local markets. And through these 4 years working with several companies, we actually kind of like identified the major pain points that they were having to roll out NLP projects to production. And everything kind of like surrounded around data, but specifically to data annotation and annotating a scale in multiple different languages. And that's why last year we actually did the spin-off and created M47 AI, which is basically a data annotation platform focused on NLP. So the goal of our platform is to help out companies of any size to bring their NLP applications to production faster by managing, creating, data labeling, and offering as many project types as possible for different NLP use cases, and basically managing all the workforce and platform projects and automation on one single platform. So just to kind of like this is an example of like a personal experience, what we find in a day-to-day basis for clients that we work for. And it usually comes with a company, any size, can be small, can be big, wanting to actually automate part of the process. It could be customer support, routing mails, call center, specific document insight application that you want to develop with internal databases. And they all have like a small engineering teams that they actually identify a large model, which we already discussed quite a lot today. They start parametering and trying to adapt to their specific use case, but the complications come when they need to actually train the model. And basically the results with large models are good for general purpose, but when you actually want to adapt to specific product line, specific use case, it's when they start falling apart. So that's when we get into the process of the machine learning project. And do a little bit of like a data structuring. We see a lot of companies with different departments trying to merge data and unify that. That's rather complex. So we start in that phase, but we are really focusing on the data annotation tools and platform. And basically like what we see in a day-to-day basis with clients is that this is an iterative project. So it never ends, and especially with products that are kind of like depending on live events or depending on ongoing versions. And that's what we actually do in between, like the initial business case and the model training on the engineering team. So we built a platform, it's a SaaS platform, and that can be deployed on premises. That can be also a hybrid mode, so that data from our clients can be stored in a secure way. It basically has 3 goals. One, reduce time and cost of generating the training data, and that I think it's one of the problems of most of the startup ecosystem trying to develop high accuracy NLP applications. The second one is improve model accuracy, and we do this through a bunch of like data features. And we are not obviously parametering or tweaking the model, but we are trying to improve as much as possible the data quality. And the third one, and we've seen this being a challenge for a lot of companies right now, is to centralize and consolidate all the labeling operations. So everything related to generating training data for the models. There's some open source tools. I'm still surprised on how many companies still use spreadsheets to organize all the training data. Managing and mixing manual work with automated work is not so easy in many platforms. So we try to build one single stop platform for all the training needs. And this is basically like in 4 major principles. One is focusing on NLP. And that means that we try to provide as much customization on the UIs to fit every single NLP use case. You know that annotating for a specific use case is not similar in every single company, so we try to adapt and build a modular interface that can fit in many, many different NLP use cases. The second one, it's the management side of things. So basically having like a collaboration environment where you can track all the people who's doing the work, you can track the project stats, KPIs, statistics. Third one is we call it intelligent automation, but it basically is providing the ability to annotate via machine learning, so having ML assisted pre-annotation. We actually integrated weak supervision as well, and we have programmatic labeling. And on an ideal world, everything will be done manual in a ground truth, but it's super costly. So we try to provide all the tools necessary to actually find the right mix for every single company and client. And the last one, but not least, is the data quality. And we integrated algorithm techniques to check if the data sets are going to be labeled are a good fit for our general purpose. And we actually do a bunch of like a quality checks, not only for QA and review mode, but also for checking balancing on the data sets and the labels. So that's a little bit about our company and what we do. And just a quick run through about how we see ourselves fitting in with ELG platform, and that's actually like a super good news that we actually have a bunch of like resources being found in one single place that makes it easy for a lot of companies to actually ramp up and start up NLP applications. There's like a tremendous trend in language AI companies in Europe and around the world, and this is making it easier for those companies to actually be able to develop applications, real-world applications in a cost-saving mode. So one of the other things I wanted to mention that I think would be super important for ELG to kind of like promote, it's trying to evangelize and educate the startup community in Europe to actually gear towards Europe rather than like looking at the US market. And that's something that I've seen in this past 2 years when, like as private companies looking for investors and not public money, and the first things that we're being asked is is your product ready for the US market, English US? So it's efforts like ELG that can turn these around a little bit and make sure that the market in Europe is a growing one and something that startups are really looking forward to. So for us personally, obviously, it's an access to a pool of organizations, companies developing language technologies. So that's good for us in terms of like a usage of our platform. And super good to connect with leading institutions who are actually developing applications that maybe are not commercially ready right now, but will be in a couple of years. So for us, is learning from them is super interesting. So when we were discussing internally a little bit about the contributions to ELG from our side, and we are fairly new to the community, we kind of like thinking about providing our platform as a framework for anyone that needed annotation and collaboration tools to annotate. And this is something that if you plug it into the grid, it might be useful to actually explode and add additional functionality to the data sets and the ML models that are embedded there. For anyone who's actually tied to the community and to ELG, could actually reduce their development cost. There's a bunch of like companies developing their custom web applications to do annotation or using spreadsheets, so having access to a platform like this could be quite an advancement as well. So motivations basically for us is a learning curve. So I see a lot of like brilliant people here. I had a super interesting day today, hearing a lot of stories from everyone, a lot of knowledge. So working with institutions and organizations like yours is super interesting for our company because it allows us to implement things that we think might be interesting for commercial use in a couple of years. So just summarizing the wish list, it's at least in my sector, the visibility for the ELG is not so big. It's not something that's publicly available. You have to be within the community to actually learn about all the stuff that's available for private companies. So increasing the visibility and getting exposure not only to public institutions and universities would be super interesting because like a tool is as good as the people who's using it. So the more people that we have on the platform, the better it's going to get. And just last one note that I think the ELG grid is a step in the right direction to actually have a community that consolidates all the language data-centric efforts in Europe. So good job and keep it moving forward.
So thank you very much, and also for emphasizing the role of data curation. Also, corpus, also dataset doesn't live and die once, but it needs to be. Yeah, exactly. So we're slightly falling behind, so I can ask our next speaker, Andres, without much further ado, and please ask him to. Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Andres Melik. I'm the CEO and founder, or an ex-CEO of a couple of companies, as well as advising, and I'll try to keep it a little bit shorter. But basically, we are very much on the application side of things. So we are a consumer, I think, of many of the language and speech technologies. So I'm going to talk about 2.5 of them quickly. So the first one, which has been around for about 4 years, is called CoNurse. So essentially, it's a guideline and protocol adherence platform for the healthcare domain. In the healthcare domain, one of the largest cost items for the healthcare providers is something called unwarranted care variation. So it's basically moving away from the standard of care for unexplained or unexplainable reasons, and that basically results in excess cost that the insurance companies are not paying back to the hospitals. So, and one of the main reasons for that is deviation from the standards, which is leading to things like medical errors. And so we looked at very hard at the problem itself, and one of the top 3 reasons is the guidance that the nursing staff is getting in real time or in preparation and so forth. So we basically set to develop a 2-tier platform. One has a content management system that basically enables the customers to transform the content. So there's a lot of text processing there and analytics as well. And the other one is a delivery mechanism, which is essentially a mobile platform, and we deliver it in a voice-guided manner. So basically in real time, they can request procedural guidance, they can give their feedback, they can stop, pause it, and so forth. So that's another use case where we actually use voice control, so speech recognition, and synthesis to deliver the content. And there's a few other areas where we support the nurses, like their mental health state, reporting anonymously any kinds of deviations, and operating the equipment correctly, but I won't get into those in too much detail at the moment. And the second platform is very much related to speech technology, so it's called SpeakDX, and it's basically a interactive digital speech therapy environment, which has been around for about 8 years now. It's implemented in 5 countries. We're adding another 5 this year, another 5 next year. But basically, it provides in the sort of setting of, let's say, lack of resources in terms of speech and language pathology and so forth, which everybody probably is aware of, at least the ones who have kids, because about 25% of kids have some type of a speech impediment. So we basically developed a personalized one, where you can also have video consultations, comprehensive overview of results, and I won't go into the sort of, for us, the obvious benefits, logistical and otherwise, financial as well. but we are using a lot of different language and speech technology components there as well. Anything from basically automatic translation to speech synthesis and so forth. Both of those companies are relatively small companies, even though they are operating in about 15 countries combined. We do work with larger players as well, such as Philips, for instance, and what we do with them is they have a population health tool where they collect patient-reported outcomes and experiences, which nowadays is getting more and more attention with value-based care and actually looking at what patients are saying. And so what we do is we then analyze that data coming from those platforms, and we make an attempt to make automatic interventions. So if anybody is reporting, let's say, after stroke, they have problems with their speech, aka aphasia, we can anonymously and automatically trigger an intervention from our SpeakDX platform for those patient pools, which is, believe it or not, it's actually relatively innovative even in 2022. Just to sort of summarize on what we're doing on the application side, and I'm sorry I didn't have time to design this slide because I was relatively late. I just signed up to sit in the back row and learn more about what's going on because we are very interested, as you can see, about the smaller languages, small and smaller languages here in the middle that we have implemented the platforms in. But then because I'm from the industry, I was asked to participate in the panel as well, which I'm very glad to do. And the third product actually has to do directly with medical coding. So basically, and that's a direct NLP problem. How do you find correlations between patient notes, the physician's experiences, previous performance, the feedback from the insurance companies and so forth. And that is currently only available in English, but we're looking to do this in other languages as well, because as you can probably see, from the societal challenges point of view, we are only focusing on things which are very impactful, or where there's a shortage of specialists, staff, people in general, that cannot be solved only by increasing the educational, let's say, ordering or from the governments. So there are not enough people, that's a fact. Technology has to come to help. And just to save time, I will not go into the offer and ask part from the ELG, because I would basically like to mirror 100% what the previous four had to say. But in our case, what we can offer is a very domain-specific sets in various languages. For instance, with children with speech impediments, we can anonymize them. We can also do it in the text format. We can do the same for the healthcare workers and so forth. And I'm very glad to be part of this. Well, we haven't registered as a company yet, but essentially part of the group, and to see how we can utilize those resources and what we can give back. And at first glance, it's already overwhelming, and I've been actually waiting for this for a long time, because for instance, with SpeakDX, if you take Estonian, which is our native language, we've had if you take somebody with a speech impediment, it's almost impossible to apply the current technology effectively. And also in the clinical setting, if it doesn't work, let's say 99.999% of the time, in terms of voice control, they're not going to use it. But I'll end with that sort of passive-aggressive note. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andres, and we'll take some of your statements as testimonials, I think, on the ELG website. And the medical sector is certainly one that has special needs, ethics, security, privacy, and so on. Thank you for sharing this. And with this, we're a bit over time, but we'll sneak in the last presentation. Oskars will be giving the presentation in a hybrid way again. And there he is. And I'll ask Oskar in the spirit of the lack of time to please speed up as much as possible. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, I will try to be quick and give you a short perspective on from the other side. So because we are not a provider of any data solutions, but we are the end user. So what can I quickly tell you about Kantar? Globally, it's a huge company, so employing over 30,000 people and present in over 90 markets. Our largest divisions is media and insights. The amount of work done, of course, is huge. As you may know, probably the main thing that we do is surveys. So it's tens of millions of respondents each year that we survey. But today I can't speak on behalf of whole Kantar, so I will speak about Latvia. So next slide, please. What you have to know when thinking about Latvia, then the numbers are small. So we're dealing with small numbers. There are only 2 million Latvian speakers in the world, which means that the tools available for speech recognition, any language tools actually are quite limited. And still that doesn't change the fact that we have the local market to serve, and we have to deliver results quickly for any, be it advertising monitoring or audience data, or on this case more connected to the language services. And therefore we have lately found a solution to also implement some automation in our daily jobs, which of course works together with human input for the time being. So next slide, please. What is that we do? It's media intelligence, and the language technology we use is speech-to-text automation. As I said, Latvian language does not have many providers of services, but we are lucky to have a local Latvian company, Tilde, who has the highest quality Latvian language tools, of course. They are working globally, but we at the moment use their Latvian language services also in the neighboring Lithuania, Lithuanian language tools. And the amount that we process is for the monitoring that we provide for our clients. It means that we process several hundred websites and print media, but speech recognition, of course, works for the TV and radio sources. And we process around 300 hours weekly of audio from television and radio, which means that it would be very hard to do manually. In fact, interestingly, 17 years ago, when I started work for Kantar, I was a data monitoring specialist. So I was the person who literally sat down for the whole day listening to radio and recognizing advertising and manually entering this database of advertising, which is, of course, currently done by automated tools. Gladly, I would say that it's not a manual work any longer. So when thinking about ELG, where we of course are not the direct users, but we could also enjoy some of the benefits from the European language grid. As I see, this could provide us with lower cost and quicker delivery options, because still, especially the cloud computing is one of the kind of bottlenecks, where if we could just get the process done faster, it's of course possible now, but it costs quite a lot more. So if the cost and quickness could be somehow made better, which I believe could be done via ELG, we would appreciate it very much. We are happy that the European Union is supporting such a platform to make sure that also small languages like Latvian has the possibility to develop tools and make them available for a broader market in Europe. And of course, I hope that in the future, using the ELG, we could think about implementing new services. Like, for example, this could be automated summaries, which are currently done, of course, by human input. But I see that this is some area where there could be new developments that we can really use in business. Okay, next slide, please. And that is my thank you slide. As I promised, very short, as we are running out of time. So thank you.
With this, I'd like to thank all the participants again. We chose a very agile approach and we lived the agile approach. Thanks very much for taking part and sharing your insights and information with us. And with this, I conclude the industry session. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Gerhard. Also to the speakers here virtually. That was very, very interesting. And yeah, as coordinator, I'm extremely happy about the really testimonial-worthy statements we received. That was great. And we will use them. In this last session today, we will now talk about the future of ELG. Of course, the project ends in about 3 weeks, yeah, so everybody's eager to learn and to know what will happen after these 3 weeks. Will we switch off the servers and go home and do other things? Spoiler, no. Stelio says yes. No, we won't. So there is a long-term plan, there's a short-term plan, and so on. I will talk about that more, but first I would like to call upon stage Philippe Gelin, who will introduce the language data space concept and idea, which is done various times already. As I think many of you know these slides. I looked into his slides already briefly, and there's some new stuff in there, so I'm eager to learn what he will present today. And after that, I will give you an overview of the future of ELG in terms of our sustainability plan. Philippe, please come up on stage. I will fire up your slides. There you go.
I promise you 15 minutes, huh?
15 minutes?
When you hear the beep, I run away. And I will try to wake you up. I was not falling asleep because a lot of things is interesting, but obviously it's mid of the afternoon, so people have a tendency to slow down. Moreover, if it's a commission presentation, you know, and the like. So I will try to make it a little bit lively. Yeah, it starts well, you know. Oh, action, legislative coordination for the... But it's important. Yes, because I start with legislative action, which is often a long and painful exercise. You know, but language is important, you know, from the member state and the legislative aspect. Well, language is so important that the member state want to keep the rights to that. So we have only limited action on it. But we try to keep on and try to do as much as we can. But there is a lot of different scheme and funding. So the second one is obviously coordination, and ELG, ELRC, ELE is the perfect example of what we can do at European level. And when I say we, is all of you. I'm just a mirror, as I was saying recently. But the funding is important as well, because that's where the money is. And we have been acquainted only to the Horizon project, Horizon Research, Europe, Horizon program, I'm sorry, because that's where the research funding is about. There have been other ones, and we will come back to that more and more often, because that's where there is also a lot of money driven to specifically member state needs, and language technology is getting more and more important. So I see more and more money actually driving towards this domain, and I come back to the second word, coordination. we need to to ensure the coordination of all the different member state activities. Talking about that, there is a new beast as well, which is the Digital Europe program, and that's where I would like to focus a little bit more the time, because it's, for some of you, it's a new one. For some others, you say, well, I'm a researcher, it's digital, it's not Horizon, I'm used to Horizon, who cares about it? Well, if I tell you that there is money there, then maybe you will raise an eyebrow and start looking at it. And for all the industrial people, it's definitely more interesting. Digital program. When you've got an idea, you need the money. Digital program is not research, it's deployment. Okay, it's not research, it's deployment. Deployment of what? Of big tickets. And I was smiling in my corner the whole day. Thanks a lot for organizing this conference. Because you were often saying, well, you know, we need data crunching. We need cloud access. We need data. We need AI, involve AI and the like. And that's what the digital program is about. We have generated, thanks to you, yet again, we have, I mean, it's your things and I'm only the mirror, so don't shoot the messenger, but think of your side. Big tickets. When you think about big tickets, it's about 1 billion each exercise. Cybersecurity, no need to mention the importance of it these days. HPC, more data crunching exercise. Advanced IT skills, and often I heard even for language technology things. I mean, it's easy, it's fantastic the tools that they can do, but how do you deploy it? How do you use it? You need really to get a computational linguist. I love this word because it's very complex, and indeed, sometimes, often you need this capacity in order to deploy the tools. Best use of digital technology is obviously the deployment, especially to the public administration, but you have the cloud, data, and AI topics. So I come back to that one, cloud, data, and AI. Often people mention, well, especially for language, data is important. So in the European Commission, thanks to the mirroring effect, of course, it's not our fault, it's your fault, we have launched the data strategy. Data strategy, in short, is taking back control of our data, our economy. You know, we are not giving the data away outside Europe. We try to keep it and do business with it and take benefit of it. So, for that, we want to create a genuine market for data. In general, okay? So what are the key words? Of course, I know how you are thinking about data. Data equal, but I'm not there yet. Control. If you want to make really a business and make a market of those data, you need to that the owner of the data keep control of it. So it's essential that people keep control of their, I'm going to say it, language data. So the language resources. You own the data, you are sit on your data, it's your data. That we have understood, but you need to keep control of it. And technologically speaking, it's possible. So let's do that. Governance framework. If you want to build something around language resources, language technology and the like, the people who decide about it need to be the people involved in it. So the market player, the one who are providing service, the one who are receiving the service. It's not the Commission. It's an important aspect as well. So we are not good at deciding, I can tell you. Rule of EU value, that at least we managed to get a tick box for EU specification. We want to ensure that GDPR, privacy, ethical aspect is important and kept on. Even though it's blocking factors and the like, we stick on this one because it's a blocking factors in all directions. And if we are the first one to know how to deal with it, if we decide about the rules, we will have a better access to it. And it's important. It's a part of the social aspect of this exercise. Technical data infrastructure, here you come, you start rolling. Well, you need to be able to transfer the data. You need to get interconnection, and you need to get openness in the sense that everybody participating to that market is welcome. You need to ensure that there is no lock-in, like some big non-European companies have a tendency to say, come, it's for free, but once you are in, well, it's pretty difficult to get out. Data space. So what are data space? They are sectorial driven in the sense that
Take the health data space. They are going to exchange data which are related to health. So imaging scanner of your limb, scanner things and the like, okay? Business, you can generate tons of X-ray data and the like. So that's where they will deal with it, with the security issue, with the business issue and the like. Agricultural, you could imagine the weather forecast or the crop growing exercise things. But as you know, around 50% of all the data exchange in Europe is unstructured data. And when we say unstructured data, we talk about language, video, speech, text, things. Everything which is related ultimately to communication, and hence communication in the large sense. No, not only text things. Could even say brain exchange. I have no problem to get the brain exchange from the health to be put in the language one. The language data space is going to be something a little bit transversal, really, but which is essential to build a new market. So if you look a little bit inside it, as I said, virtuous circle, not vicious circle, virtuous circle exercise. A lot of data, but in order to tap with this huge quantity of data, well, you need to have the tools, and you know about that. So AI tool, but in order to get the tool, well, you get to get the right data sets in order to train them. Circle. So what we are going to build, it's really a multimodal language data space. Multimodal, huh? Where we will support the collection, the creation, the sharing, and the reuse of data. At the same level than all the other one, but with a specific angle of language. So semantic transfer of information, to also build tools related to that. I'm checking my time clock. I still have only 5 minutes to go. Ooh. Another thing with the big commission exercise, when we launch a big program like the digital program, we organize as well the supporting. People are going to say, well, it's too complex, you are over-engineering the things. I have the tendency to say, yeah, maybe. But here it is. I have to deal with it. All the data space will receive support by all the other big tickets. So when you were thinking about HPC, yes, but we'll have to get preferred access. Don't forget, it's digitally, it's a business-oriented exercise. So support with the HPC, support with the skills, the cloud, the AI tools, and the like. Focusing on exchange of data with two preferred friends in these things, the AI on demand platform, okay, where normally all the language tools and AI-based exercise should be residing, and the TEF, the testing in experimental facilities, where you could do large-scale, real-life testing. Then you've got the support center and the access, preferred access to cloud and the like. That would be fantastic if the timeline was exactly the same for all the data spaces. You've got a chance, which is also COEUS, which is actually, you know how to deal with it. Thanks to the ELG project, well, you are 4 years in advance in this exercise, you already get the platform and the line. So, you know how to exchange data for the last 15 years. That's not the case for the other data space. So we will develop the language data space. It's going to be one of the most mature one, because it's kind of already exists. But then it will have to be adapted to align to all the other one in order to take benefit from the other data spaces. So that's one of the challenge. So how are we going to practically support that? We are going to generate, to call for a procurement. Procurement, 6 million euro. The timeline of it, where we should initially call for it, June, September 2022. And by the way, it's June. So it's amazing how the time flies. So Be Ready is getting out very close. The idea is really to start the procurement, so the establishment of the data space in January 2023. That's for the work program funding, this one. For the work program of the next time, we will keep on the supporting, but we also start to envisage grant to support the onboarding exercise, to support the transfer of information. I need to go quickly, 3 minutes. How is it organized? I can even go that. Two strands. The first one is the coordination. Mostly coordination at two levels. Coordination at member state level, because you know how essential it is for the member state to be involved, because language is important from one country to the other one, but it's not the same view underlying. So it's important to raise, and also to raise awareness, and the money, by the way. But also, yeah, you really need to go by. But there is also another coordination aspect, is at industrial level. Because it's a data space, is business oriented, you need to get the correct players, the needs and the providers of it, and they have to decide. So the governance, as we said, is driven by, in this case, both the industry and the member state. So that's going to be a challenge at itself. Okay? And we are going to do the role of facilitator, so basically the mirroring exercise. Practically, the ideas, distributed architectures, as we were saying, data, you own your data, you do not want to surrender it, so downloading it to a central service, it's always scary. I can tell you, so many times I try to fight about convincing the people to surrender the data, to transfer it, if only FTP, well, I forgot about that. Keep it on your premises. You deal with your privacy issue, GDPR issue, by the way, and copyright, and that you exchange the metadata, and when the business is engaged, well, of course you transfer it. But that's your own responsibility in terms of privacy and the like. That's the idea. Transaction as well on the Euro side, it's business-oriented exercise. So what's the in, what's the out? Who are the players here? Who are providing data? Well, actually look a little bit outside your remit and think about that. If you talk about text, audio, videos, you've got the media industry, you've got the publisher industry, you've got the advertising industry, you've got the medias, you've got the telcos and the like. Potential providers of data, raw data. And sometimes more trained data, like the research institute, the cultural association, the museum, the libraries and the like. Public administration as well. Try to regroup everybody to see what's in. And being able to provide a second life of the data. So if you are a media organization, you are selling newspapers, you are selling it, and that's your business. But, and media already knows about it. There is a way to resell it second time and packaging in and selling it again. That's a little bit where we see the advantage of this data space. And then, of course, the beneficiaries is also themselves. So if we manage to provide them adapted IT tools so that they are better adapted to their need because they have provided the data, then there is a circle of generation of news and the like. I'm sorry I'm late. Starting now, I'm late, officially late. It is not looking, so that's okay. They take benefit of it. Benefit, in short, data, exchange, increase the quantity of data, providing new tools and new services more adapted to the needs, overcome the language barriers, but also the legal barriers, I can tell you that there is some, and technical barriers. So we will support on the language phase this kind of things. And as I heard already a few times, the networking. So community needs, community discussion, and transfer of information. Here it is, Tom-Pom. So what we have done, we have talked to the public administration, the publisher, the advertiser, the libraries, the telco, the LT industry, the news agency, the archives, the broadcaster, and the newspaper so far. Okay? They all said, wow, fantastic, especially that they see the money coming. Okay? Yeah, but they were not saying no. That's fine. That's already good. But they all have their constraint. Of course, there are all different communities. So it's a building exercise. But really convincing, overall, everybody was interested into that. So that's where I'm going to stop. I have a few slides on the AI and demand platform, but it's basically this exercise of building, especially this one, the timeline, where there is a building exercise also on the transfer of the AI and demand platform things, but my time's run out. I'm really sorry about that. Questions? Or afterwards? You got the presentation.
Thanks so much, Philippe. I have about 30 questions, but we can do that later. You can. Right. So, presentation is called ELG, Legal Entity and Products, and that's exactly what I will talk about. Yeah, the pink arrows indicate where we are right now. It's almost the last day of the project. We are all exceptionally sad to see the project go, but it's been quite a ride so far, and the project has been running as smooth as butter. And so the question is, bottom right corner of the slide, and I've shown this slide in many, many different presentations, what about the ELG legal entity? So I think it's clear that ELG had certain goals, objectives and so on, especially to establish ELG as the primary platform. And for about 3.5 years I've been saying, yeah, and after the end of the project we will establish the legal entity that will take over the extension and maintenance of the platform and so on. What exactly now is the plan? To achieve this required scale, or that we already have right now, yeah, we cannot simply continue without any funding at all. We have various non-trivial costs shown here on the slide. Yeah, cloud hosting costs quite a bit, or creates quite a bit of costs that we have. We have a dedicated team now thinking ahead in terms of the legal entity, in addition to operations and development and people who are able to integrate additional services like from microservices at your service that we've seen earlier. Stelios mentioned that in the coffee break. They will deliver more services in March 23. Who's going to do that? Accounting later on in the legal entity, we will have marketing, sales, communication. You always need support, management, maybe costs created by legal expertise. And yeah, we need computers, hardware, electricity, and so on. So how do we do this? ELG is meant to be a sustainable, living, long-term activity from the community, for the community, as indicated in my second presentation today. Support through ELG and the very, very little support we have in terms of ELE interaction, like the dashboard in ELE, is running out on the 30th of June, and we need to be able to cover these incurred costs on a long-term basis, of course. And we started developing the ideas and the blueprint for this legal entity very early in the project. In about mid-2019, we started putting together the first couple of pillars in a way, the first couple of keystones of the legal entity. First and foremost, we talked to our SME partners. What are their expectations? They said, essentially mirroring the industry session quite nicely, that they need a sales channel. Yeah, they need a communication channel to promote and sell their products and services. In terms of strategy and collaboration, they saw that joining forces can provide lots of beneficial effects for the SMEs. In order for it to work, they need buy-in from the whole ELG, or from the whole community in the right way. ELG must be positioned in the right way with regard also to other infrastructures. Back then in 2019, a controlled transition from MetaShare to ELG was mentioned, for example, and also that ELG is supported by as many national research centers or other research centers and universities as possible as an information channel. And also what was mentioned quite a bit was interoperability of different tools and resources, like common data sets, common APIs, and we are getting there. So in terms of key aspects of the ELG legal entity, we talked about this in a dedicated task force that we established in the project consortium. It was very, very clear, these things are essentially consensus in the team that this is going to be a not-for-profit rather than a for-profit organization, that there will be a distributed team, essentially like a EU project setup that we have anyway, rather than one central location, that we want to start small rather than big, given also that the developments in the field are so very dynamic. That's why we favor this flexible and agile setup. with a soft launch rather than an abrupt transition. That was also quite clear that we wanted to do this also as a safety net, essentially. Yeah, and right now I'm happy to report that we are in a role talking about dynamic developments. Now we are able to perform the soft launch. Yeah, so we have a couple of additional new projects that are able to cover through its project resources or through their project resources some of the costs that you saw on the earlier slide. So we can help out a little bit, and that reduces the pressure for an immediate launch on the 1st of July. And what was also clear was that the marketplace approach, the broker approach, dissemination, exploitation, participation model must be very, very simple. Otherwise, people will run away if it's too difficult to understand. Very rough assessment of the operational costs that we see on a monthly basis for the very first phase, and it's intended that there are no timelines here indicated in this slide. That was intentional. Yeah, so the very first phase that would then maybe start in, let's say, July. We have about 5K of costs on a monthly basis, and then it would go up if we ramp up the entity up to stable conditions whenever phase 3 will be there. And you can see that the costs are then far from trivial. Yeah, so we need to establish some kind of good system and setup of revenue streams that is able to cover this. So what did we do next? We set out to specify a product portfolio. Yeah, it will be a legal entity, it will be a not-for-profit organization, but still we need some kind of products that we can use and cover the incurred costs with. And together with the whole consortium, we defined in various iterations a portfolio of products that the ELG legal entity can potentially offer. And I will show this on the next 2 slides. And these products are targeted at members of the European LT community and also at stakeholders interested in using, implementing, integrating or purchasing European LT. And these are foreseen as revenue streams for the ELG legal entity so that we can find a good equilibrium between operational costs and ways of covering these costs. Right, on the next slide I will show you our main planning instrument, and on the slide after I will show you the product categories. So we will now go one by one through these different cells here. No, we are not. But this is, as you can see, it's a quite complex matrix that covers the different categories. These are highlighted in these green, yellow, reddish, blue, different rows here. And for each product category, we have specific products that we defined. We have product descriptions. We say in these different columns, what is the specific need of a certain community, of a certain stakeholder group? Why would they be interested in this? Who would be interested in this? Are there competitors? What would they pay? Yeah, so in these, the bit on the right, that's a bit more saturated. These are first attempts at prices, and maybe how many customers we will get in year 1, year 2, year 3. And this is our main planning instrument, also to prioritize different products and to play with the numbers to see what the pricing could be or should be. Due to time constraints, we cannot go into details, but these are the categories. The ELG marketplace with the typical marketplace commission model. Public request for bids model is a specialization of the marketplace commission thing. ELG legal entity could also offer consulting services of various flavors. The ELG APIs, I think that speaks for itself. We can have a power user flat rate for commercial users, a power user flat rate for academic users, ideally for free, obviously, because many academic users also provide these services in the first place. And we are often required to publish our project results in an open access manner, so this is only fair, but we have to see if it all works out in the end, and maybe even a professional flat rate, so we can establish different tiers maybe. LT as a service for commercial users, for academic users, where ELG hosts certain LT services for a fee. This can also be tiered in a way, data as a service, just for data, not only for services. And then repository as a service and platform as a service, where we have the vision of offering, let's say, repository as a service as a full-fledged service for a country to host in ELG the national LT repository of a country, because it's easier, yeah, for a country that needs to create projects and they need to create staff positions and maybe hosting and offering, maintaining a repository for a whole country would require 3 people, 4, maybe 5, and maybe that's easier to host in ELG. The legal entity could offer events, we can have marketing and advertisements, and some miscellaneous additional revenue streams like maybe money coming in from foundations through project grants or through use cases or showcases. So just a quick, we cannot go into details, that would take days, of course, but just as a summary and assessment, this is a broad, diverse product portfolio that we quite like. It offers multiple options of moving forward, but not all of these products will be offered right away come July the 1st, that's clear. Before we make the final selection, we will validate these products once more with colleagues from industry, also with people from the field who have nothing to do with ELG. We will explain everything and then they will give us hopefully honest feedback. The ones we consider most promising right now, also for the start, are the ELG APIs, also due to the enormous market and demand in this market. LT as a service, also very high demand, the marketplace and the consulting product. I mentioned the idea of this national language resource, language technology repository already. I'm a big fan of this idea, and we already had good discussions with one country, but that didn't materialize for internal reasons, actually, in that country, not in ELG. And also exploiting ELG as the primary dissemination and exploitation channel for research project, I think, is also a very good idea with a lot of potential. So what is it going to be? The legal entity type. There were different options. We discussed many of these in detail. Of course, each European country has its own set of legal entities. There are also European legal entities, EEIG and SE, SCE. Some others have been in the planning stage, but they don't exist yet. None of which fit, though. So these European entities are out. There were some crucial requirements: flexibility, agility, the ability to ramp up the operation of the legal entity in a careful way. And it all boiled down to a model that also other similar initiatives are following, like the International Data Spaces Association. We will activate and initiate a registered association in Germany, ein eingetragener Verein, EV is the acronym. Has a couple of good advantages. This option doesn't require any initial capital. It frees us from the pressure of having to generate income immediately. And some of the staff members of that ELG legal entity are based in Germany already, so it only appears practical to set it up in Germany under German law. And the entity will, of course, work in virtual teams primarily. So, summary and next steps, and I have 1 minute, 13 seconds left. So the ambition for ELG is to develop into the primary platform for LT in Europe. Most of the ingredients are in place, as you have seen. Governance structure still needs to be worked out a bit more. ELG EV is going to be the eingetragener Verein, the registered association. We have a diverse, broad product portfolio that needs to be prioritized once again and validated once again with shared revenue streams. And of course, the idea is also that LT providers will benefit financially from this setup. So for each incoming money where maybe companies, LT user companies use or buy certain products where a company is involved by supplying that product, they will benefit financially from this. That is one of the main pillars also. We will start small with the soft launch of the EEV of the eingetragener Verein in the second half of the year. And this soft launch is only possible because we're able to cover certain costs now through new projects which come in very, very handy right now. Philippe Gillin just explained the language data space idea. One possible scenario for the ELG EV is, of course, to be active here, and we are trying to get this done. And in the long term, this is not a secret because it was announced last year, that the European Union wants to establish it's actually another legal entity type, the EDIC, the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, like an ERIC, but now for digital infrastructures. It was announced in, I think, September last year officially. And one aspect regarding the language data space, I don't know when the EDIC will materialize or the language data space, but in the long term, maybe the ELG EV can then transition nicely in a couple of years into the ELG EDIC or LDS EDIC or whatever it will be called then. Thanks for your attention, and now we have a bit of time for questions, either to Philippe or to myself.
I have an answer to a question, if I may. Sure. Because I realized, I had to go so fast that I forgot a few things. The language data space is also, just to be clear, it's also taking care of the language models. It's not only the language resources, it's all the type of language format of it. So text, speech, and the like, and there is in the slide somewhere in the corner also language model, but it's one of the important aspects of it, so to be able to get a platform to the exchange of it. So it fits one of the questions or needs that was floating around. Well, that was the answer of the question.
Great. Thanks for anticipating that. Other questions or answers?
Do we have any kind of examples from elsewhere outside Europe?
Marco is asking about any examples from outside Europe.
For the language data space or for the...
Something which we could learn from.
Well, on the language resources exchange, yes, within Europe, definitely, yes. That has been a few bunch of the 15 last year. There has been also in the US a few, one of them at least I have in mind. But the real concept of the data space, there is a few companies in Europe also active. So that's one of the challenge and mimicking exercise. So keep the system open enough so that the existing clients or existing market can come in as well. But real example of that scale, not really. Not that I'm thinking about. Reason for that is that actually you swap the problem. You are not providing a service, you are providing the data. If you look at the triptych data, AI, and HPC, you take it from the data aspect. So in order to do language technology, you need these three things. You need the data crunching in order to, the crunching exercise from the data, but you need the data as well, and you need the technology, you need the AI. Access and the like. Basically, you can see it this way. It's so seen from the data angle. But obviously, you need the three. Plus the market, plus the players, plus the community.
Yeah, but also these examples, right? Like LDC, right? And the others, which we all well know. They might move in this direction as well, right? Because, you know, everybody does this language models these days, right? So it's not that they will stay as they are or ever. So it would be interesting to hear maybe Khalid, I know Khalid is here, right? Use the microphone. Yeah, but so.
I just try to be provocative a little bit, so because I know this problem is always hard at the end of the projects, large projects, right? And often doesn't succeed, right? Or mostly this kind of entities don't succeed. I don't know, Alexis has the same trouble right now, right, these days. So what to do so that this would actually succeed, right? So this would be a good question, right? And so not to be competing with ELRA, with LDC, but to be orthogonal or complementary to these other initiatives, right? So that's why I wanted to ask Khalid if you could comment, right? You understand the landscape way better than anybody else almost here, right?
I'm not part of the speakers, so I'm not sure I try to get the microphone to the stage.
Khalid, we can make you part of the speakers right away for 2 minutes.
It's for 2 minutes. Well, I guess we are world champions in setting up infrastructures. I think Philippe mentioned that over the last 15 years we did a lot. But just to keep us younger, I mean, it starts 30 years ago. ELRA is 27 years old. Before ELRA, we had already a large number of big European projects. But it's very nice to see that every 5-6 years we get something on track again and again. So I don't want to be nasty because I think we are probably for many of us at one of the first face-to-face meetings. So it's probably not the best way to be very critical. But I hope we will succeed in making something out of all these things in Europe. I think the European Commission is taking seriously what these language issues are, and it's very critical. Business comes from business, and if the European Commission supports business and ensures that the procurement are there to initiate the first move, and if we decide that European companies are really at the level that we expect them, then it's fine. While people were talking about SMEs, big groups and things like that, I was thinking of the European defense. And I was just looking how many aircraft we do have in Europe from different manufacturers. It happens that I come from France, and we are very proud to have Rafale. Some of people are criticizing it. But most of the European countries have F-16 from Lockheed, and others have probably different things. So the language is very sensitive. We discuss language more than we discuss defense. But when it comes to the budget, when it comes to the real funding, we are always stuck. And we know that the European Commission plays with the instruments that it has. The instruments are not very sufficient to what you want to do. But this is probably the most important move I have seen over the last 30 years. So let's trust that it will end up with something very, very important for the European citizens. Thank you.
Hi there again. I promise this one's less provocative than before.
Is the one who creating provocative questions? Yes.
Go ahead. So I have a question about what for me is the most exciting part of the European language grid, and I mean genuinely exciting, which is the marketplace. Right now I work in academia, so it's a bit of a weird question to ask, but once upon a time I did work as a consultant, and very often the question is, okay, well, I want to be able to maybe sell a model that I've been working on, or you give it to someone and they have questions about, okay, well, what does the aftercare look like? And the ELG just it would solve so many problems. What I'm curious about is how you're going to sort of pay the providers. Like, what kind of model do you have in mind right now? Would that be sort of like a Spotify model where everyone pays a flat rate, and then depending on sort of the number of requests, it gets divvied up among the providers? Is there any chance that you're at a stage right now that you could elaborate on that?
So first of all, operationally, everything is more or less in place. Yeah, so we have a billing component. No one has talked about this today, but we have it in the drawer. It's essentially implemented with a financial service provider. We just need to configure it and switch it on, and then it's there. And then you can make a sell. We have these different products. I've shown this big matrix and the spreadsheet and the different flat rate options are in there. Essentially, it's a flat rate model where you buy a monthly pass in a way, or maybe an annual pass that gives you a bit of better conditions. And the actual numbers we still need to work on. That's the current line of thinking.
Can I have my set of slides? Is it possible? Or
Sure.
Can we forget about it?
Sorry, I just had one follow-up question on that.
Sure.
So besides being a useful marketplace, obviously, as soon as you open the gates for people to sort of sell their stuff, then you might get a quality problem. Have you also thought about how you would curate the contributions by different providers to make sure that the sort of standard remains high?
Yes and no. So we have a technical review that the technical team does already now. Yeah, we have a publication life cycle where the technical team checks, for example, the metadata descriptions, if they make sense, if they are accurate. So far, we don't really look in depth into the models. We do a quick check if it does what it's supposed to do. But I think there needs to be more about this, especially in terms of ethical guidelines. Maybe you've seen on Twitter a few days ago, no, I think it was yesterday, where someone trained a model on hate speech, essentially. Yeah? They took a Reddit, the political Reddit, which you may know, and it's full of hate speech, full of controversial language, and they generated a model. They trained a model on that data to generate more hate speech. And the Hugging Face people said officially on Twitter that they debated this internally and they decided to keep it on Hugging Face, not to take it down, but they removed the interface. Yeah, the inference is gone, but the model stays, and people are not really sure, but it shows that maybe creative people do things with data that they maybe shouldn't do, but maybe they do it anyway, and then what do you do with such a model that produces hate speech? Yeah, maybe ethical guidelines need to be put in place to check what ELG offers and what it maybe shouldn't offer.
I want to, and I guess that if I click here, you will get it. Yes. One thing just to be clear, because we have been part of a community dealing with research for the last 20 years. This is a digital program. It's not a research program. It's another one, and it's about the same size. So I have a tendency also to agree, even though I'm getting old and suspicious about especially what the Commission is doing. I hate administration, by the way, and that's maybe why I'm convinced about some of the things. Don't underestimate the digital program. It's big. It's 7 billion euro exercise. Well, 6.8 billion. So when you free that amount of money and you focus on it, well, as all big program, they have the default and the lie, but it means that there is a trend. The trend being supporting the development, the deployment of technologies. Horizon exists, keep on staying there. It's to support the creation of new tools, new services and the like. It's a research exercise. The other one is really the deployment. And I think that on that aspect, when you see the maturity of the domain, and obviously you are the best place to know that within the last 4 years, there have been tremendous modification, tremendous exchange from research to development. We were saying that research is accelerating, the cycle of development is getting faster and faster. I mean, you are at a level where the output and the products are getting out. So the timeline for the creation of this project, the program is reasonably perfect from that domain of technologies. I get some support, some positive feelings. Oh, it is. No, with all the challenges there. And the change of mentality and keep on the link between the research and the deployment, of course. And ELG, for that aspect, was a perfect example of having a research community and trying to mix with an SME community and the language technology industry, and to start fostering even further the collaboration. Of course, we're not waiting to get the ELG to do that, but it was really supporting. And here we go again. With the European specificity of language and language coverage and equality.
Right.
Okay.
I'm already getting signs from the back that we should speed up. Maybe we can stop here for this session and come to the closing of the day, just very, very quickly. Even more slides, but I will keep it very, very short, I promise. Because it directly relates to what we just talked about. So, closing session. Before we have a reception outside prepared. So, it said in the program already, sneak preview at the book. 2 books actually, and I'm showing you the mock-ups of the covers here right away. So we've been busy in the last couple of months. The ELG book on the left, the ELE book on the right. I will talk about the ELE book tomorrow in the closing session a bit more. The ELG book is almost ready. Many of you participated. If you have, thanks very much for your contributions. It will be submitted to the publisher very soon, maybe this month, maybe next month, and the ELE book will follow in the second half of the year. Both books will be full open access, of course. The ELG book has 29 chapters divided into 4 parts, which you can see on the slide, around about 400 pages. Everything that you want to know about the cloud platform, about the technologies and resources, the community, and the 15 pilot projects have a chapter each. Of course, I'm very happy about this. The book looks amazing so far. There's a couple of things that we still need to polish, and then it will go off to Springer. Right. New projects related to ELG. I just mentioned that in between the lines in the previous presentation. New projects related to ELG, OpenGPTX, which is coordinated by Fraunhofer, Joachim Köhler, the Fraunhofer Institute IAIS just started in January until December 2024. It's a 3-year project funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. And the main goal of that project is the development of large language models, large generative language models, I have to say, for German, English, and other EU languages. Related smart services that we are testing and deploying with use case partners. And especially it's part of the Gaia-X program, so all project results will be deployed through a dedicated Gaia-X node. What is the relation to ELG? In this project, we have the resources to integrate ELG into Gaia-X. So this will happen in OpenGPTX. Many other things will also happen in OpenGPTX, but with regard to this topic today, in that project, we will integrate ELG into the emerging Gaia-X ecosystem. If you are following that a little bit, it's a completely moving target. Things are happening on a daily basis. Code is being produced right now by a couple of contracted companies and projects that will form the basic technology infrastructure of Gaia-X. And we will put ELG into this infrastructure. Of course, we will also use ELG data for training the language models, sharing of project results through ELG as well. So there's another project that was briefly mentioned in the last Meta Forum also by the coordinator Sonja Schimmler, Fraunhofer Focus, based in Berlin, NFDI for data science and AI. It's one of the NFDI projects. NFDI, German acronym for Nationale Forschungsdateninfrastruktur. Sorry about that. National Research Data Infrastructure. So Germany is putting quite a bit of money into developing its own national research data infrastructure, covering all of science. Yeah, there are about 30 projects in total in the end that are meant to develop infrastructures and pieces of tooling that support these different fields, and this project is about data science and AI. And in this project, with regard to ELG, we will integrate ELG into this wider NFDI ecosystem. It's a long-term thing. It will run for a total of 10 years, if all goes according to plan, and the first 5 years are funded. And here we will, among others, make use of ELG services and resources for shared tasks, for example, and also to bridge over into the semantic web community. There's another project that was just recently awarded. The grant agreement is not fully signed yet, so I'm not disclosing the name. It will run from October 22 until September 25 in Horizon Europe, and this project will develop a toolbox for data processing, handling, curation, for expanding digital value creation in European data spaces. So there is a bit of a link to the language data space, but it's a Horizon Europe project, but with topical overlap, obviously. And the relation to ELG is the creation of multiple links with the ELG platform and initiative. And the last slide, and the cat has already been left out of the bag, ELE2, and more on this then tomorrow. Thanks again for participating today. It's been a long day after all. It's been a great project so far. Yeah, so as a coordinator of ELG, I'm really very, very happy about the outcome of the project, the final results, that to see so many friendly faces and colleagues here after 2 years of COVID. Thanks for joining today. Hope to see you tomorrow, and outside there should be some drinks. See you tomorrow. Thanks.